he is also one person who has, literally risen from the ranks. And when I was going through his CV, I was surprised to note that he has already spent more than 38 years, 10 months with Danelli, almost 39 years.
Yes.
So he will very soon be on his 40th year in Danelli. And today he is the CEO and CTO of a company where he joined way back, Mr. Paoloni, in 1985.
1985, yes.
Yes. So from
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Paoloni. A pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can all hear you. Loud and clear.
We hear you. Now it's working.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So Mr. Naveen Mishra is also. Mishra ji, namaskar. And a very good afternoon to you. Mishra ji, namaskar. And a very good afternoon to you. This is Nirmalya Mukherjee, editor of Steel and Metallurgy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nirmalya. Very, very good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us in such a short notice. Really appreciate it.
My privilege.
And really grateful to you that मतलब आपको मेरा ख्याल से 48 घंटे तक भी हम लोग वक्त नहीं दिए थे. In spite of that,
ठीक है, it is not a problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, in spite of that, you have been so kind to join. Really appreciate and really grateful. So we will get started in another 5 to 7 minutes. 3:25, so another 5 minutes we will start. We are waiting for Mr. V.R. Sharma and who else? I think Joachim will join.
Dr. Joachim von Schell.
Yeah, Joachim is also joining, and I think Mr. V.R. Sharma and my good friend Manocha will also join. So they are likely to join in another few minutes right away. So in the meantime, Mishra ji, if you could just, throw some light on the activities primarily which you have been doing with regard to Metallian in the decarbonization sector. If a few words you could, just for the knowledge, for our little knowledge, if you could just few words about what primarily Metallian group has been doing.
We have companies in USA, China, Hong Kong, and India. Now, I would like to comment that for a decarbonization of iron and steel plants, a lot of work has been done in Europe, US, and China. Now, we need to translate this job, this work, or this effort to other developing nations, including India. What Metallian do is we can get you the technology and equipment, particularly from China to India. And I will, if asked, I will say that India is, of course, not at par with these three countries, but India is also doing a lot. Like we are having pilot plants. We are having pilot plants at strategic locations of tourism sector like Agra, Delhi. So there is research done in Tata Steel. So I think India is doing appreciable, and if we shift the paradigm from Europe, China, and UK, India is doing good, and before 2070, India will, much before 2070, India will be sustainable and self-sufficient in decarbonization. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has declared that 2047, India will be a developed country, and we will be achieving these targets, milestone by milestone. And for this, we need PPP and government support, because without government support, it will take too long, or maybe it won't be possible. So we have to move hand in hand with the government as well as private players.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Ji. Let me also welcome my good friend, Mr. Joachim von Schily. Joachim von Schily is, as you know, a man who is known to move, the flag of decarbonization initiative forward for quite a few years. He has already addressed quite a few of our webinars in the past, and he has been living in my city of Kolkata. Now he lives in the city of my son, which is München, and very close to where my son is living right now. By the way, Joachim, my son lives near Giesing, very close to Giesing.
Oh, thank you so very, very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you and see you and your son and everyone again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joachim. Let me take this opportunity to also welcome Dr. Arijit Biswas, my good friend Sanjeev Manocha is yet to join. Yeah, and who else has joined? Mr. Kashiva has already joined. So Mr. Sharma, I just saw was joining. So we will wait for a minute for Mr. V.R. Sharma to join, and then we'll get started because it's already 3:30 by my watch. So which is noon time there in Europe. And it's time to get started. I hope, Joachim, you're not hungry because it's just 12, strike of midday. So with that, Mr. Paolone, with your kind permission, we will get started. I'm just waiting for Mr. V.R. Sharma. Just saw he was trying to join. Let's hope he joins in a minute or so. Ankit, can you see him in the attendee list?
Not at the moment, no.
Mr. Nirmala, myself, Mr. Vishwajit and Mr. Sharma must be talking about the Indian contest, but I'm looking forward to hear more from the Ronaldo and the Johnson. What are their views? They are the newspaper reports that things are getting slowed down rather in the Europe. So
Yes.
we would like to have your views. But in India,
because
there is a lot of the fireworks. In India, there is a lot
I'm
of the
sure
fireworks.
Joachim and Mr. Paolone will highlight these issues in a very big way. It is a little different between Germany and Italy. In Germany, primarily the claim by Olaf is that he will try and implement, net zero even before the target date, which is much before. Ankit, when is the target date for Germany?
I think 2030.
Yeah.
Not.
Joachim, do you think before 2030?
I think that's quite aspirational to be absolutely honest.
Yeah.
We have to take into account that we need a massive amount of renewable energy to make a lot of these things happening in Europe, and that takes time to get in place. But we should be optimistic on about the journey, and the first steps are definitely being taken at several of the plants in Germany and other places in Europe as well, for sure. In my native Sweden, by the way, there are a lot of things happening, as you maybe heard.
Yeah, in fact, we all know the first initiative was taken by SSAB in Sweden.
Yes.
And that was so to say, the first steel producer to talk of fossil-free steel, so to say. So, and they have done a lot of work in this regard. So with that, Ankit, I still can't see Mr. V.R. Sharma. But shall we start and then wait for Mr. V.R. Sharma to join, or what do we do? Pradipta, if you just check once again with Mr. V.R. Sharma's executive assistant, if with Srikanth, if Mr. V.R. Sharma is ready to join. Just check with him once and then we'll get started because we are already late by a couple of minutes. Yeah, and the others, obviously, my good friend Sanjeev Manocha will join a little later. And It's already. Pradipta, please call and give me a feedback on WhatsApp. We have to get started. Yeah, have you, Ankit, have you started the YouTube live?
Yes, we are already live on YouTube.
We are already live on YouTube. Okay. So I think, Ankit, let us get started and we can ask, request Mr. V.R. Sharma to address once he's online. So let us get started in the meantime.
Okay.
So what do you
So good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees who have joined us today. And also to everyone who's watching on our live stream on YouTube, like I just mentioned. So this is our 49th webinar. We did our first webinar back in 2020 when the pandemic started. And today we are having our 49th webinar, and it is titled Mission Green Steel, India's Journey Towards Decarbonization, organized by Steel and Metallurgy. So I would now like to introduce our panelists for today. So our first panelist is our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma. He's the Vice Chairman, JSP Group Advisory Services Private Limited. Then we have Mr. Rolando Paoloni, Group CEO and CTO, Danieli Group. We have Mr. Bishwadeep Bhattacharjee, Vice President, Sales and Marketing and Head of Decarbonization, Green Steel in India, Primetals Technology India Private Limited. We have Dr. Arijit Biswas, Principal Scientist, R&D, Tata Steel. Dr. D. Satish Kumar, General Manager, Research and Development, JSW Steel, Vijayanagar Works. Dr. Joachim von Schily, Global Director, Commercialization, Linde Technology, Linde PLC. Mr. Navin Mishra, Chairman, Managing Director, Metalon Corporate Group, USA, China, India, Hong Kong. Mr. D. Kashiva, he's the Director General, Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association of India. Mr. Sanjeev Manocha, Global Director, Business Development, LanzaTech. So these are our speakers for today. Before we begin, there are just a few guidelines that we usually tell on every webinar, but by now I guess everyone is used to the basic webinar guidelines since COVID. So for all the numerous attendees who have joined us on Zoom to listen to our discussion, we have a Q&A section. So if you look at the bottom, you will see a Q&A section in Zoom. It can be accessed by panelists as well as attendees. So if you have any questions, I would request you to post your questions and queries in the Q&A section, and it will be visible to all the panelists who can choose either to answer it live or directly in the chat. And that is the reason why we do this webinar format, so that we also give an opportunity to the attendees to interact with the panelists. I would also request all the panelists to keep their microphones muted when the other panelists are speaking to avoid any kind of noise feedback. And last but not the least, I would request all panelists to adhere to the time limit as given in the program to avoid any kind of delay. Today's webinar will be moderated by my father, Mr. Nirmalia Mukherjee. So on behalf of Steel and Metallurgy, I would like to welcome you all to today's webinar. Today is also a very special day for India, as Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, just launched Chandrayaan-3. And it is carrying a lander and a rover to the moon. So it is a very proud moment for all Indians. And with that, I would request you all to please rise for the Indian national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Now I would request our session moderator to take the discussion forward.
Thank you, Ankit. Only one thing, I'm not very happy about. You did not greet Joachim in Deutsch. So,
Ja.
Joachim,
Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Webinar. Und Servus, weil wir in München sind. Servus und ich wünsche Ihnen eine wunderbare Erfahrung mit uns heute.
Vielen Dank, Ankit. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Ankit. So, both of you are in the same city.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll meet us sometime or the other.
Yeah, and that is why I told him Servus, which is something the Müncheners say instead of the normal usual hello greeting. It's a Munich thing.
Okay, that's good.
So it translates roughly to like at your service, and it's a common greeting in Munich.
Okay, so with that, we'll begin our proceedings for the day. Now, yes. We have a very eminent panel today. My good friend Sanjeev Manocha has also joined. Sanjeev, good day to you. And it's still not afternoon in London. So I wouldn't say good afternoon, but a very good day to you. And let me say, a friend of more than 25 years is with me today. Someone I know for more than 25 years from his days in Indomac. A very good friend.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Yeah, we just met during MITEC in Germany last month. We had spent some time together, like I did with Mr. Paolone. I'm really grateful to Mr. Paolone as well. Again, a very good friend, whom I'm going to get an invitation for next year as well, for the DIM. I'm sure, Mr. Paolone, you'll invite me for the Danelli Innovation Summit next year.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and I'll enjoy some good grappa with you in Booth Rio.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, so with that, let's move forward and let me take this opportunity, as Ankit, my son Ankit mentioned, that today is a great day when we are launching our Chandrayaan-3, our travel, our satellite moves on to the moon. Chandrayaan-2 was a partial success, but I'm sure Chandrayaan-3 will do wonders. So with that, I'll move on to the main subject for which we are here today, to talk of India's journey towards decarbonization. Now, generally, the figures that we quote, we say 7% of the carbon footprint is by the steel industry. 7% is contributed by the steel industry. When you go by volumes, while the world claims it is around 1.7 to 1.8 kgs tons per crude steel. In India, the figure is around 2.4. So we have still a long way to go with regard to improving our figures compared to world standards. But then you have to keep in mind, we have been polluting for a few years, but the West has been doing it for a longer period of time. So we have time in hand to improve our figures. And one of the things which is also being discussed right now is moving away from fossil fuels, which I am sure Mr. V.S. Sharma is likely to contradict today, because Mr. V.S. Sharma always keeps on saying that we should use our resources judiciously. So whether it is using our fossil fuels, if we can use the fossil fuels judiciously, we have a lower carbon footprint in any case. And last day for yesterday, or just a couple of days ago, I just found the news item where, in fact, biofuels are being used by ArcelorMittal in one of their plants. So this initiative has also taken up in a very big way. Tata Steel, today Tata Steel is here. Both Tata Steel, JSW, they have taken this initiative in a very big way, and Tata Steel, I think, has done a lot of work in this regard. So I'm sure Tata Steel will talk about it as much as JSW will, because Mr. Sajan Jindal, Sajanji is a primary believer of moving the Green Steel initiative forward, and he is very vocal about it. He has always remained vocal about it. So with that, I am still expecting Mr. V.R. Sharma to join so that I could have him as the first speaker, or otherwise Mr. Paolone will have to open, followed by Mr. V.R. Sharma. So if there is a feedback from Mr. V.R. Sharma, Ankit, do you have a message if Mr. V.R. Sharma is joining?
So he was supposed to join, yes, but I don't see him yet in the panel. So maybe he's stuck in some meeting.
Yeah, but I got a message from Projecto that he is joining in 10 minutes for that. Okay, so what we will do is we will continue with Mr. Paolone as the first speaker, because who else can open the forum than the CEO and CTO together? He has two hats. He wears a hat of the CEO of Danelli as well as CTO of Danelli. So out of the three big darlings, one darling is missing today, which is SMS. Then, of course, we know SMS is going through a major transition. In fact, Mr. Daman is on his way out, and we have a new team of COO and CFO coming in at SMS. Same is happening in SMS in India. We have a new CEO in SMS India as well, who comes incidentally from Italy. So an Italian is taking over SMS India now. So Mario will be taking over very soon in SMS India. So a lot of changes are happening in SMS right now, and maybe that's the reason they could not join us today. But I'm sure SMS is closely following this industry, and they have a lot of initiative to talk about as well. So with that, I'll request Mr. Roberto Paolone to actually address us right now. In fact, Mr. Paolone is there in Danelli since 1985, so almost 39 years. And Mr. Paolone actually rose from the ranks. If you study Mr. Paolone's CV, what I notice is in 1980, and the best part is, I can find Mr. Paolone, I can find a lot of similarity between you and our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. Our Honorable Prime Minister used to be a chaiwala before he became Prime Minister and Chief Minister of Gujarat. And you started with a blue-collar job. Way back in 1980-81, you started with a blue-collar job with a wood chair manufacturer. That was way back in 81. And then you rose from the ranks to be the CEO and CTO. So a round of applause for a great person like you. Let me put our hands together for a person like you who has risen from the ranks in the last 39, 40 years that you have been in the company. And you are a very well-respected man in the industry. So without further ado, I would request you to take over right now. Over to you, Mr. Ronaldo Paolone. Mr. Paolone is known in this industry for taking Danelli to where it is today. So over to you, Mr. Paolone.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. Maybe too much, but anyhow, yeah, I started some time ago. I started from the bottom, as you can say, but this I think is a good point to properly learn how to move further later. Anyhow, let's go to the topic. I try to share my screen. Okay, let me do it. Tell me if you see it, please.
Yeah, if you could just make it full screen, yeah.
Yeah, now I do it. Okay. Okay, so this is the mission and the reason for this meeting. webinar. I would like to say something from the beginning about Danieli. Our idea, let's say, about green is that green as business should be first sustainable, and economically sustainable, because okay, we can talk a lot and we see big acceleration here and there, but at the end, if there is no sustainability on the point of view of the economics, it's very difficult to go further. So our technology, our approach to this is to offer the possibility to use, of course, green hydrogen, whatever, but also to take care of, let's say, the existing technologies to try to minimize as much as possible the consumption of energy, because the cost of the OPEX, the transformation cost, is done by of course, energy, people, you have to pay back the plant and so on, but energy is one of the big points. So if you are sustainable, if you have a good OPEX, you will immediately be a little bit greener than others. And this is one of the first points to consider in our opinion. This that you see here is our way, let's say, to approach the melting area, the melt shop area. We have this solution, which we call it DigiMelter, because okay, the old solution is the EAF with the transformer to feed the electrodes, and we move it to a digital control for this furnace for the electrodes. In this way, we can save money in terms of energy. We can save the electrodes, so the life of the electrodes will be longer. And this solution is also giving us the possibility to use different energy in the different points of the bath. I mean, we are feeding the furnace with, for example, a continuous charging, and we can have the different electrodes having different energy. So we can charge more in the area where the cold scrap is coming, and to charge less on the bottom side, for example. So there are a lot of options with this equipment. We have now 21 plants, 7 in operation, 1 under commissioning, and the remaining are under design. And this is our, let's say, we think is a very good approach to what I said. So to have less consumption, to have less energy consumption, less electrons consumption, and at the end, also thanks to something else, we can have 60% reduction of the emissions, comparing, let's say, with the traditional EAF. Another solution that we are having is the direct reduction plant. As you know, we are together with Tenova developing the Energiron. Energiron is a technology that uses direct reduction, so it's using gas instead of carbon to remove the oxygen from the oxide, from the iron ore. And this solution has been developed close to 20 years ago with Danieli. We did some installations in different parts of the world, mainly Middle East, because of course gas is fundamental to be able to feed properly this kind of plant. And as you probably know, this kind of solution is, compared to the blast furnace, reducing, let's say, to 1/4 the quantity of CO2 that is emitted. If somebody will be able to provide hydrogen, maybe Joachim later will explain us how to do it, in a good, at a reasonable cost, this will be another step forward to reduce more and more the emissions from the iron ore transformation. We know that in the world, 70% more or less is from iron ore, 30% is from scrap. These are at the end the plus of this technology. So we can reduce, we wrote here 82% reduction of CO2, of course, using hydrogen. Otherwise, it is a reduction of about 60% compared to existing technology, which compared to BF, I mean, blast furnace and BOF solutions. Another good point in our proposal, always thinking about the low OPEX, sorry, and sometimes also the low CAPEX. This is the Danieli Universal Endless. It is a plant to produce flat, thin thin product, I mean. And we started with this idea some years ago. 2019, we start up the first plant in China, Shougang Jintang. This movie is from there. And the solution that we are proposing is a solution that is able to produce coil to coil, is able to produce semi-endless or endless. The three different possibilities are needed to be able to cover any kind of thickness, any kind of material in your production. This is a fantastic plant to produce light material, and in some situations to avoid the cold rolling. And avoiding the cold rolling, it means that you avoid, of course, energy, not direct emission, because that is motors, electricity, and so on. But in any case, you reduce the emissions thanks to the fact that you reduce the plants that are in operation. These are a few numbers about this technology: dynamic width and thickness. So that means that we can play, thanks to a casting and the way we manage the end of the casting, the area where the solidification is coming, we are able to modify dynamically width and thickness. The productivity for one single line can be up to 4 million tons per year. And the savings are, we say 50%, because in some ways we can avoid, as I said, the cold plant, but also because to cover all the ranges in terms of dimensions, which is 1 millimeter up to 25, normally the customers needed 2 plants, not just one. With this technology, you can have one plant covering everything, and you can decide which area, I mean, which thickness, which part of the market you want to cover in a particular moment, because as we know, the market is continuously changing, and so sometimes maybe it's better to stay on the thicker side, sometimes on the lighter side, and so on. On the lighter side, that few people are doing, we can have an extra premium of 60, 80 euro per ton. This is more or less the plus of this machine. And then we have another technology which is giving us a lot of satisfaction. We're proud about this, and this is the MIDA. I was recently in the United States presenting the MIDA, but somebody from the people, from the public, said, from the auditor said, okay, you don't need to go too much in detail with MIDA, because we know very well what is MIDA, and we know that nowadays in US, MIDA is the way to produce rebar. There are a lot of plants around, 27 more or less, in not all started, of course, but in operation or coming. US is full of MIDAs. We have, as you probably know, one order with Tata for India. And we think that by the end of the year, the solar year, we should have another couple of possibilities, orders, I mean, here in Europe. This solution has been built up in 2008 by Danieli, following an idea of our president, Mr. Benedetti, together with Clyde Sealing, that is from CMC Arizona, CMC commercial merchant steel in US. And just to summarize with a few numbers, the plus of this machine, one is the casting, because it is one line casting, only one. And of course, if the line is running fast, you can have production. Otherwise, you don't have production. And so now these plants are running 23.5 hours per day with speeds that are close to 9 meters per minute. You know that normally 5, 3, 3.5 is the common number for the multi-lines. We're going to 9. We started with 6 when we start the plant. In the first one, 2008 in Arizona, we start with 6, and then we improve up to the numbers that you see here. Another very good point is the yield. All the material that is coming from the billet, from the furnace that is becoming billet, is becoming product, because we have no heads. Okay, we have one head per day. When they are running 23.5 hours continuous rolling, they are producing one head in one day, and one tail at the end. So you can consider that the cut of head and tail is no more an issue with this technology. And as you know very well, the cables are coming most of the time with the biting of the bar in the middle. $50 per ton is a potential saving, also thanks to the solar feeding of our MIDA. We call it MIDA hybrid, because using the furnace, the electrical, the DG melter I explained at the beginning, we can we can go directly to feed this furnace and save money, but also emissions, thanks to the fact that we go hybrid, let's say, with the solar. 1 minute more on this MIDA. I don't know, I think most of the people know about it, but if this is a conventional mill, where you have the casting, the melt shop, the casting, you produce billets, and a few days later, a few hours later, you charge in the gas reheating furnace, you bring to a rolling temperature, you roll, and then you discharge on the cooling bed, etc. This is our proposal, the alternative solution, the MIDA endless casting and rolling, which is with a rolling mill, natural gas free, because we don't have anymore the reheating furnace. So these are the savings or the numbers we can have for this technology. And we really trust a lot in this, because we see that after 3-4 years that in Arizona, everybody was looking, but nobody was stepping in the same direction. After 3-4 years, the same customer decided to make the second plant, and with the second plant, all the Americans, all the US follow immediately, and so now there are 8 plants in operation just in US. Okay, what else? What is the next? The next is this. We are developing the Danieli intelligent plant, and we think that, okay, so it's not just follow automatic mill, automatic this, automatic that. We want to go from the beginning to the end. So we want to manage with our Danieli intelligent plant from customer order to the customer that is receiving the material. And who will help on this? It will help artificial intelligence, my dears, because we really think this can be the game changer in the next years about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Paolone. When you told me that you will perhaps give a presentation, I was under the impression it will be much longer, but you were precise. And I would say, by the way, let me welcome Mr. V.R. Sharma. Namaskar, Sharma Sahab, and a warm welcome to you. Without my, I am a very poor performer. Without my leader, I cannot perform. And I always think you are our leader. Without you, it was seeming like, we are starting on nothing. So once you are there, Sharma Sahab, everything falls into place. So I'm there. Thank you, Sharma Sahab. So with that, let me thank Mr. Paolone, and which I'll just add a few words. Out of all the 3 big darlings, SMS, Primetals, and Danieli, I think we always had a firm belief that in the long product segment, Danieli had a much stronger hold in the long segment. And especially Mr. Kashiwa will particularly take interest, because Danieli came out with mini mills, nano mills much earlier than the others. And I think it was Mr. Benedetti's concept that we must reach out to the numbers. In India, we have a large number of so-called quote-unquote secondary steel producers. Though technically we can't call them secondary producers anymore. We call them smaller players. But they are the ones who are so very important when we talk about whether it's 300 million tons or 500 million tons. Our target by 2030 is 300, and by 2047 is 500. So this can only be achieved along with the smaller players, where I think MIDA could be a very good solution. And, by the thumb rule, we always say $1 million for $1 billion. That does not apply when it comes to having a Mida mill. The cost is much, much lower. The cost of a Mida mill gives tremendous amount of savings in terms of capex and opex as well. So with that, thank you, Mr. Paolone, once again. And we will come back to you with the questions after Mr. V.R. Sharma addresses us. So our keynote speaker, Mr. Mr. Kashiva, I think, has a question. Kashiva ji, please.
Yes, my question is to Mr. Paolone. Why you are restricting yourself to the 70% use of the hydrogen in the HYL technology? You have shown that the use of hydrogen will be to the 70%. Is there any technical limitation or operational issue?
No. What we are saying is that now we are already practically feeding with 65-70% because we are, let's say, transforming the gas, the natural gas that we are feeding into the reactor. And so at the end, into the reactor is already entering 65% of hydrogen. The technology that we have available is able to receive 100% hydrogen. The point, as you probably know, is that if today you want to make a plant, a DRI plant with 1 million tons per year, you need one power plant, I would say nuclear power plant, my dears, of 1 gigawatt to be able to feed the energy necessary to obtain the hydrogen and to go to the DRI. Okay, so at the end, there are no limitations on hydrogen for the time being.
To increase it to the 100%, do you require any retrofitting or some change in the mother equipment or in the reactor?
So the idea is to go with this and then follow into the Danieli digital melter or any electrical arc furnace. Of course, all this, you know, is under development in some areas of the world. In the north, with SSIB, that they made a prototype to produce steel, iron only with hydrogen. There are other initiatives around Europe and around the world to go only with hydrogen. And one of the issues is that, as we know, steel is made by iron plus carbon, at least. And so at the end, when we go 0% carbon into the iron ore, we need later on to adjust that. But that is something that will be managed.
Okay, thank you.
One question from my side, Colin. Good afternoon to you. The DC melt, do you use which kind of fuel? This is natural gas, or you can also go for induction heating?
It can go for hydrogen, it can go for natural gas, or a blend of those. So we have, the main power is anyhow electricity, but the chemical energy is coming from natural gas, yes.
And for preheating of scrap, we cannot use the induction heater?
It's possible, but you know, at the end, also with the preheating, our philosophy is that yes, when we are charging in continuous with the famous tunnel, it is possible to have the fumes passing through the scrap. At the end, they are not passing through the scrap; they are passing above the scrap, and this is preheating a little bit, yes, but it's not giving this big advantage. If now we install energy in front to preheat, at the end, we don't think the total balance will be better, you know. We really think that it's better to put all the energy in the furnace itself. Preheating is interesting if it's, let's say, free of charge, as it is in the tunnel, in the continuous charging.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Paolone. I would now request our keynote speaker, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSPL Advisory Services, and ex-Managing Director of JSPL. You know, someone who needs no introduction. Of course, he's a person who is very well known in this industry, very respected in this industry. And, you know, I call him a leader of the industry because he has been leading this industry for a very long time. He was born on the 27th of April, 1959 in Sonepat, Haryana.
ज़्यादा बड़ा हो जाएगा. Too big.
अच्छा ठीक है, just a small part. In 1993, he joined Bhushan Power and Steel as Vice President and later promoted to Joint Managing Director. He's joined JSPL in early 2010 as Deputy MD and CEO. Prior to that, he worked with Bhushan Group for more than 14 years. He has done a stint with Ispat Industries, which is now a part of JSW Dolby, and with a Spanish engineering company in UK and Spain. In 2014, Mr. V.R. Sharma joined Abul Khair Group of Bangladesh as the Group CEO. And leaving the company, he finally joined JSPL again in 2019 as the Managing Director. So over to you, Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, and the professionals and technocrats from steel industry. Yes, everybody is working nowadays on green steel, how to decarbonize the steel. Steel industry has been declared as a villain. With somebody says 4% of the total world CO2 we generate. Somebody says 7%. But yes, we do generate a substantial amount of CO2 in the world. But we also build world. We build nation. So without steel, we cannot build the nation. So steel is very essential part, essential commodity for the mankind. We have to find a balance, how to decarbonize or how to reduce carbon, how to become a less CO2 emitting steel making world. And this is what everybody is working. I appreciate Mr. Rolando Paulin of Denelli, who told that the sustainability means we have to have the operations where commercially, economically, we can do the decarbonization, or we can reduce the carbon with a sustenance power, and that is how to do it economically. So everybody speaks today green hydrogen, green energy, and then finally a green steel. So it is good that world is moving towards that, and people are thinking. There are two aspects of it. One, that we have to, I agree with Mr. Paulin, who told that the first thing first, that is less polluter than the others. That is how to control our energy and how to do the energy conservation. If we can we can adopt the consume less theory, where we adapt the technologies where the overall energy can be saved. That means we have saved the CO2 emittance in the world. So this is one. I appreciate this point. So most of us first we should work how to make steel with lesser CO2 than what we had been making earlier, or what our competitors are making now. So this is the first drive. The entire steel industry and the fraternity, those who are involved in this, they should work on this, how to conserve, preserve, reserve the energy levels. So this is one area. The second area is the world is working that and especially India, by 2050 to 2070, we should be a net zero emitter of CO2. So this means a great amount of time is available today. And we have good time to plan so that we can reach to those levels. So a couple of times I have narrated that we are in 3 generations. So generation 1, where we say we are in the generation 1, those who are sitting here and those who are discussing that what is going to happen tomorrow. And we are going to make a way forward or a path-breaking technologies so that we can find out the right way how to decarbonize steel. There is another generation that we will call it generation 2. And this generation 2 are the people, those who are in the age group of say 20 to 40 years today. And they should work that in 2050, where the steel industry will be. And the third is the generation 3. The generation 3 is the children, those who are just born or about to be born. And they will decide in 2050 that what is going to happen by 2070. So basically 3 generations are involved. 1, to make a draft, we are in that category. We have to make a draft. 2, those who have to implement it. And the 3, those who have to utilize it, make a dream true. And that will be somewhere after 2050. So that we can make the steel through net zero emittance or zero CO2. I also appreciate the efforts being made by world how to bring down the cost of hydrogen as against of $4 to $5 per kg today to $1 or less than $1 per kg. World is working, but so far there's no success. There are issues in terms of technology, in terms of availability of the wind energy, solar energy, nuclear energy, and also the hydro energy. So unless all these things are addressed properly and we have the right balance in between generation and consumer, we will not be doing justice and will not be reaching to those levels. Yes, in bits and pieces, people will keep on implementing the CO2 reduction drives, like Mr. Pauline has told that there should be a DG melt. So similarly, Tenova speaks the same thing, that is called Conti furnace. And when we go to prime metal, they say it is a quantum furnace. All three are little different. Quantum charges the scrap from the top, and there is a scrap charging box which is preheated through the waste energy. And Conti furnace is also utilizing some of the waste gases and the natural gases. And Denali with the DG melt also doing almost same, maybe a little more changes over a period of time, where the natural gas and the waste heat gases which are coming out of electric arc furnaces can be utilized to preheat the scrap. And it's good that they can reduce 50 kilowatt hour per ton of electricity. It is a good sign. And the next coming, the hot topic, that is how to make steel end-to-end as green. So this means we have to be dependent on DRI plants. So DRI, when it comes, so then only there are two things. One is DRI based out of natural gas, and then convert or switch from natural gas to hydrogen. So now at the moment worldwide, it is only natural gas which is working, and only one plant, that is JSPL, where we are working on syngas, that is synthesis gas. So natural gas, synthesis gas, this is now become a conventional system. Now the new is how to inject more and more hydrogen. So now presently the hydrogen levels are, I agree, from 55 to 70%, yes, because either the natural gas is converted into hydrogen, or it is coke, the coking coal, or no, sorry, is a conventional thermal coal, which is converted into the syngas, which contains about 58 to 60% of hydrogen. So this is what we are doing now. Now, how to reach to 70, 80% hydrogen, that is yet to be witnessed. Yes, of course, technically it is possible, and we can definitely do it. So we can definitely do it. And we are working now in one of our plant in Oman for the similar technology, where we want to use at least 85 to 90% of hydrogen. This will be a green hydrogen, and balance 10 to 15% will be natural gas to obtain the required level of carbon in DRI, in basically the DRI plant. So DRI or SBI. So presently, worldwide, people are using 1.5 to 2 or 2.5% of carbon, but with 80% of hydrogen, 20% of natural gas, we can maintain about 0.8 to 1.2% of carbon in DRI or HBI, which will be helpful in melting the DRI into electric arc furnaces. Now, the point here is, what is our aim? Today, if a best utilized electric arc furnace route, they can produce steel at a level of about 1 or 1.1 ton of CO2 per ton of making liquid steel. In times to come, the drive is, the campaign is, how can we produce steel through green steel technology, like making green DRI with 80 or 90% of hydrogen, 10 to 15% or 20% maximum as a natural gas. Then the level will be somewhere about 600 kg to 700 kg per ton of steel. That is 0.6 ton CO2 per ton of steel. And finally, how to reach to less than 0.5 or maybe 0.3 or 0.4. That is yet to be discovered, devised, and and implemented. So now the point here is, what should we do? What is the target? The target is the world will have to switch over from blast furnace route to DRI routes. This is one hot topic today. But it does not mean that blast furnaces are to be closed overnight. We have time in India, especially. We have time till 2070. By the time we reach to level of 2050, most of the blast furnaces will be phased out. And we have to find out the technology, how to inject hydrogen or syngas into blast furnaces, and how to reduce the overall coke consumption in blast furnaces to a level of less than 200 kg per ton of hot metal, and balance energy is to be obtained either through hydrogen or through the syngas. So this is one challenge. The another challenge is that how to switch over or how to convert the coal-based SRN or rotary kilns into either the syngas base or on natural gas or on hydrogen. This is a very tedious job. India is today second largest producer of DRI in the world, and Iran has already surpassed India. And we have to see that how can we become more effective. Iran, very incidentally, Iran has now 21 vertical shaft kiln plants, and these 21 vertical shaft kiln plants, they produce about 29 to 30 million ton DRI per year, and they have planned that they will reach to 40 million ton DRI capacity in 2027 or 2028. So many of the people there, many of the companies there, they have homegrown technologies, or Denali is also working in few of the projects, and they are bent upon converting at least or making at least 30 or maybe more than 30 million ton DRI in next 3 to 4 years time. So they are finding it a great export product, because the worldwide people will be using DRI or HBI to reduce their total carbon footprint. So, but they are based on natural gas as of now. Tomorrow, what will happen? That time will tell whether they can switch over to green energy or not. Now, coming back on the Indian scenario, the Indian scenario is as following. We have very less number of DRI plants, gas-based. And even if it is gas-based, then gas-based means very high amount of CO2 emittance. So now we have to reduce this dependence from high CO2 emitter to low CO2 emitter. And for that, we need the green energy first. When we say green energy, immediately our mind goes to either wind or solar. So at the moment, of course, India has done a lot in terms of putting solar plants, but at the moment, the steel mills are not fed through the green energy or green hydro energy or nuclear energy. So in private sector, the hydro plants, none of this Indian steel industry is having their hydroelectric plants. None of the Indian steel industry is having their nuclear power plants. And up till now, none of the steel industry has their own wind, solar plus green hydrogen plant together. There are some steel industry people, those who have some of the in bits and pieces, few hundred megawatt of wind energy or solar energy, but nobody has today the wind, solar, and hydrogen combination. Unless this wind, solar, hydrogen combination comes, it will be an uphill task to think for green steel in India. So the following are the solutions. One, we must try to save the energy. We must try to reduce the overall energy footprint. The consultants, the technocrats, the consulting firms, the international energy conservation teams, they have great potential in India that they can be part of this particular drive for each and every steel mill, that how to reduce energy cost. I was seeing a data, the energy cost in the world, if you see, the lowest energy cost is in Japan, which is only 600 in terms of all gases, electricity, power, everything together. That is 600 kilowatt hour per ton. This is including coal and coking coal and everything. And when it comes to Korea, it is about 670 or 680 kg When it comes to India, it is 1000 kg, and in Europe, it is same about 750 to 800 kg. In America is also same about 800 kg. So from 1000 kg today, we have to bring it down to a level of about 700 or maybe 650 kg. If you cannot reach to the level what is existing in Japan, then at least we have to come to a level what is acceptable level in the world. So that means 20 or 22% of the overall energy saving potential is existing in each steel mill in India. So 20 to 22% is a huge level. So this means that 20 or 22% of the CO2 will also be reduced significantly. So that means today, if India is doing 2.5 or 2.8 or 3 ton of CO2 per ton of steel, then we can bring down this to below 2 ton per ton of steel making. Now here, government will also have to play a very vital role. The state electricity company, that is NTPC, they should work on at least 30 to 40% or maybe 50% green energy supplying methodology. By 2050, if NTPC, they supply to the grid at least 50% green energy, then I think steel industry, metal industry, aluminum industry, and many more polluting, or I would say high CO2 emitter the companies or the products, they can control their overall CO2 emittance. But we cannot ask government that to keep on spending money through NTPC. We have to take our own measures also. So for that, Government of India may have to bring some of the very user-friendly policies where they encourage people to put more and more green energy plants. And for that, what is required? Number one, a big land parcel is required. The grid connectivity is required. The easy and free of cost or at minor cost, the transmission is required. And some of the fiscal benefits are required so that people, they are attracted towards putting up the green energy based steel mills. If these are done, then I'm sure we can achieve it. Honorable Prime Minister has told that we have a target of 450 gigawatt of solar energy, and that is online. Of course, India has become the largest or the fastest green energy producer in the world amongst all G20 countries. And I'm sure we'll continue like that. But we should not also forget that we are 1.42 or maybe 1.5 billion people today. We are the largest population on the earth. So our demand for energy is also increasing on YOY basis about 6 to 7%, which is too high. So this also we have to keep in mind. So to cut the story short, the suggestions are following. One, we must request Government of India to make some policies where the people, the steel mills or the metal industry, they are attracted towards investments. Number two, the easy finance and easy funds should be available so that people, they are freely, they can invest into this kind of technology. As far as the green technology is concerned, this is available. This is not a problem because now everybody knows how to make green energy, and everybody also knows how to make green hydrogen. And with the help of the companies like Midrex and Danelli Energir and Tenova, we also know how to make green DRI. We do not know as of now, because the world does not know, how to inject more and more syngas and more hydrogen into blast furnaces. So that is a black box which is yet to be discovered. People are working worldwide. Maybe in next 5 to 10 years time, we'll find the right, appropriate, cost-effective technology, how to inject hydrogen into blast furnaces to reduce overall CO2 footprint. The next point here is the new drive which Government of India will have to do. I think Honorable Prime Minister is going to sign an agreement in France tomorrow. That is for 9,900 megawatt of nuclear power plant. And if this comes, then this will be a great respite. Similar plants, about 10,000 megawatt each, every year on year-on-year basis after 2028 should be commissioned in India. So, and the best sites available in the country are the sites where the steel industries are located. So because the solar, like for example, the eastern side of the country, the steel industry cannot be dependent on solar energy and wind energy because the intensity is very low. So there we should put up the nuclear power plant. At least 10,000 megawatt of capacity in Odisha, 10,000 megawatt capacity in Chhattisgarh, 10,000 megawatt of capacity in Odisha, in Bihar and Jharkhand, and another 10,000 megawatt capacity maybe in Karnataka, and 10,000 megawatt capacity of in west coast, like in Ahmedabad or I would say Gujarat, of nuclear power plants. So 50,000 megawatt. If this can come in by 2030 or 2035, then we can definitely feed our steel mills and the metal industry in a much bigger way. So the nuclear is a big solution. Of course, the solution also lies with solar and wind, but the footprint, the land footprint, and the dependence on nature is too much when we go for solar and wind. The another area is now that is Arunachal Pradesh. So it is a wonderful state of India. Arunachal Pradesh has a potential of at least 30,000 megawatt of hydroelectric energy. I think in times to come, Government of India will install and will utilize this particular potential of 30,000 megawatt of green hydroelectric generation. And in addition, this can give at least 15 to 20% of PSP, that is pump hydro, PHP, and that is in over and above the hydroelectricity available. So in nutshell, we should all try, keep on trying how to conserve the energy. This is one. And we should always try to support Government of India to put up more and more nuclear power plant, and we should find the right site. And India has a very good track record of handling nuclear science, nuclear physics, and we are capable of handling a nuclear power plant without any damage to the society. And we should try to do. We should not put any more blast furnaces now. I would urge Government of India to stop giving the licenses for the blast furnaces. Whatever is installed or under installation is okay, but after 2023 December, there should not be any license given to put up a new blast furnace. And we should try to develop the technology of DRI, making in India. It may be a technology from Midrex or from Denali or from anybody, but we should build everything as a capital goods industry. We should build each and every component within the country, and that is going to be a great milestone when we do this. Denali, Midrex, or any other technology supplier will be happy to install their facilities in India, because India is the future, and India is going to reach to 300 million ton. And this 300 million ton, we should not do it. The delta should not be through blast furnaces. It should be through the DRI route. We are blessed with the iron ore. So the iron ore is available. The pelletization is available. The only thing is we should do solar, hydro, green energy, and finally the DRI making and electric arc furnaces. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab. Thank you once again. As you rightly mentioned, in any case, coking coal is getting scarce day by day. So the prices are fluctuating. We have to think of moving, not shutting down the blast furnaces, of course, once again, but definitely what China has done is, if you want to put up a blast furnace today, it can only be a replacement blast furnace for an existing one. So similarly, in India, we should put a restriction in place to restrict the new blast furnaces from the greenfield ones from coming up. And whichever brownfield ones need to be revamped, they should be revamped. And that is the way forward. And as you always keep saying, the syngas could be effectively used in our DRI modules to reduce our carbon footprint in a very big way. And with that, thank you, Sharma Sahab, so much for highlighting and suggesting the solutions one by one. In fact, I think Mr. Paolone will also discuss this within the board as the CEO of Danelli, come out with thoughts, what you should be doing in terms of finding out R&D solutions through your joint venture. I mean, not a joint venture anymore, it's a 100% subsidiary, Danelli Chorus. Your group company, Danelli Chorus, could perhaps go into serious introspection and find out how best they can come out with DRI modules of various sizes, maybe beyond 2 million tons, maybe of a much smaller size as well. So these are solutions we need in the days to come. I'm sure Primetals, Vishwadeep's, colleagues there in Linz, including Mr. Fleischhandel and others, are obviously looking at solutions for tomorrow. So with that, there is one question which Mr. Shatoka has and Mr. Ranganathan. First, Mr. Ranganathan, your question, please. Ankit, can you ask Mr. Ranganathan to ask his question? Yes, Mr. Ranganathan. Yeah, please ask your question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead. Please identify and then.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. I'm Dr. S. Ranganathan. I retired as a Senior Deputy Director from the National Metallurgical Laboratory.
Okay, from NML, yeah.
Yeah, from NML a few years ago. I have got a question for Mr. Sharma. Your talk was excellent. In fact, very informative. And like Mr. Mukherjee pointed out, you raise us issues and then also discuss the solutions for the problems. It was really very appreciated. My point is that do you see any new technologies in the horizon which will answer the question of decarbonization? We are still talking about blast furnace and DRI, and we are trying to evaluate one with the other. Do you think anything else is possible? Like for an example, IT Mark III, do you think it will become viable in view of the decarbonization problem?
Yeah, ITM K3 is a very good technology, but unfortunately, it has a limitation of the size, 500,000 ton to 600,000 tons only. And most of the steel mills are coming in a mega mills. Here, the energy consumption in ITM K3, in terms of overall kilowatt per ton, including gas firing, that comes to 1,000 from 1,000 to 1,100 kilowatt hour, up to the last end of steel making, not only for ITMK, and which is very high. And the point here is the smaller modules up to 500 to 600,000 tons are available. The bigger modules are yet to be developed. If the Japanese company, those who started this ITM K3, if they can go to a level of say 1.5 million ton model or maybe 2 million ton model, then I think this can be a very workable solution. But in any case, we are utilizing heat energy to convert into, and that is a gas-based energy, to reduce iron ore or pellets, and then finally making steel or pig iron. So my suggestion is the best route would be that how can we avoid even natural gas? And in Indian scenario, the best is to convert Indian coal into gas, that is syngas, and utilize or you convert the Indian coal into hydrogen directly. Now the technology is available where we are working on this in Jindal, where we don't need to do the coal mining. And we can at least 30 to 40% of the Indian coal mines or the Indian coal bearing land can be converted, can convert the hydrogen or the syngas in underground coal gasification. So underground coal gasification is very user friendly. There is no CO2 generation, and everything is done, the entire reaction is done under the 200 or 300 meters below the ground. The villages are not to be destabilized or shifted. The agriculture crops can continue as it is, and still we can take out the heat energy, like in CBM at many places, the coal bed methane people are taking out. So this can be done. We are working on one of our mines in India. Hopefully in next 2 to 3 years, we will develop this. We are working through two different companies. One is Canadian company, the other is Australian company, how to do the underground coal gasification. If this goes through, then I think we will get the answer that how to bring hydrogen from the earth in the form of syngas and syngas to hydrogen. And that will be a breakthrough. But you coming back on your first question, whether blast furnace or ITMK3 or DRI, I mean, these are the three areas where we feel that steel can be made. In my knowledge, there is no fourth technology where how the steel can be made, whether it is electric arc furnace route or it is BOF route, but everywhere there is energy required. The substitute to steel will be available by 2050, 2060. At least 20 to 30% of the steel products can be made out of carbon fiber. So this is likely to happen. Of course, the first of like that was a big disaster because a submarine was made through carbon fiber. People went to see the Titanic wreckage, but finally, unfortunately, the submarine it didn't come back. You know the whole story, very sad state of the affairs. So that was from carbon fiber. So the steel is steel. Wherever it is to be used, it is to be used. But at least 30 to 40% steel will be replaced tomorrow by carbon fiber. 10 to 15% steel will be replaced tomorrow by aluminum iron alloy. So these are the two products which are going to come in times to come. And at least 30 to 40% steel will remain steel after 2050. And after that, we will not need any iron ore and we will not need any coal. So believe me, after 2050, the world will not need any iron ore and will not need any coal. Because whatever 30-40% steel is to be produced, that will come from the recycling, and balance, say 50 or 60% will be taken over by carbon fiber and aluminum alloys. So this is my view, and we are working very seriously on this with a couple of scientists in Germany, and I'm personally involved in this kind of technology. But again, we are in generation 1. So generation 2 will definitely do it, and generation 3 will be utilizing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan. Thank you, Sharma Sahab. There is one question for Dr. Arijit Biswas can answer this. Mr. Volodymyr Shatokha has asked, can you please share the results of H2 hydrogen injection in the blast furnace tires at Jamshedpur Tata Steel plant conducted this April? So Dr. Biswas, if you could answer this.
Yeah. So it's very vital for the blast furnaces to be sustaining at least till 2050, as Mr. V.R. Sharma has pointed out. So in regard to that, we have already carried out a trial of injection. So we were able to do some preliminary understanding with our partner Prime Metals, and we have able to inject some of the hydrogen. But that was a very short campaign. So still the data analysis and everything will be taken care of. Right now, we were able to inject approximately 6 kgs of hydrogen per ton of hot metal. And with that, we are also targeting little higher than what ThyssenKrupp have already achieved with one of the tours in their blast furnaces. So another set of campaigns will be taken in the near future, where the planning with the operation teams is going on, and we are looking forward to that. Hope this answers the question, and further, if any details are required, we can always discuss out of the forum. Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Biswas, I can add a bit.
Yeah, surely, yes.
I think it is also public information that at the pilot stage we have only used 40% of the injection. And as you rightly said, the idea is to now scale up further and increase the injection rate of hydrogen. The idea is to know more, as also Mr. V.R. Sharma clearly mentioned, how do we work with hydrogen, and this will be an important game changer. So there is clear focus from the Tata management to increase the hydrogen injection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishwadip Bhattacharya also. So thank you, Dr. Biswas. We'll once again we'll come back to you. because you will be speaking right after Mr. Bhattacharya. But before that, again, someone whom I have a lot of regard for, and the relationship once again goes back 2.5 decades. When I used to meet Mr. Kashiva when he was in the Ministry of Steel, he was the additional industrial advisor those days in Ministry of Steel. And whenever I used to walk into Udyog Bhavan, the first person I would invariably go and meet is Mr. Kashiva, Mr. Dipendra Kashiva, who helped me from my, I was in my early 20s those days. And from that period of time, Mr. Kashiva has been a great source of inspiration and guide. And, when you are young, you always want to revolt against the system. I used to go with a lot of issues to him that why the government, expenditure should be spent on bodies like JPC who are a burden on the economy. And he used to listen to me very patiently. So thanks once again to Mr. Kashiva, who has been a great friend over the last 2.5 decades from the beginning of my career in this industry. So over to you, Mr. Dipendra Kashiva, who is the Director General of Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association of India, and a person who needs no introduction in this industry. And as I said, he's a man of, he's a man of great help. You go to him for any help, he's willing to help you. You'll really find a person like him who is willing to help you all the time. So I think this is not just enough to explain Mr. Kashiva. He's been associated with all the initiative. Even today, when Ministry of Steel thinks of implementing any policy decision, he's one of the persons who is consultant invariably. So over to you, Mr. Kashiva, a very old and good friend of mine. Kashiva-ji, over
Thank
to
you very much. I'm as young as Mr. V.R. Sharma, my guru. So don't call me an old man. I'm a young man like Mr. Sharma. But on a serious note, talking after Mr. Sharma, my guru, it is a challenge. But though I'm not accepting this challenge, but let me put forth my views on a very appropriate topic of Mission Green Steel, Indian journey toward the decarbonization. A topic which is creating waves after the waves globally, but particularly in India. Daily on an hourly basis, I hear this word decarbonization, DRI. So let me just spread my views in 3 pathways. We have definitely committed to achieve the carbon neutrality in all the areas, particularly in the steel by 2070. But how we are going to achieve it? What are our pathways? I will divide it into the 3 pathways. First is the short pathway, then is the medium, then is the long-term solution. In a short-term way, I think the period should be 2023 to 2030, then 2030 to 2047, and the large one, the long-term pathway should be 2047 to 2070. I will not cover the 2047 to 2070 because there is so many uncertainties, but I am sure about the one certainty that during this period, in 2047 to 2070, there will be a commercially proven destructive technology, and we will have the affordable green hydrogen with us, so we can produce the green steel at a affordable price, which the users can very well afford. So I will be covering the short term and the medium term. In the short term, we all know that we have emitted around 2.5 billion ton of the CO2 in 2021 as per the IEA, which is less than 7% of the total global emissions. And as far as the steel industry concerned, we have contributed 12% against the global standard of 8%. So the kind of the growth we are having and the demand we are having in India, I think if we don't take immediate measures, this CO2 emission quantity will continue to increase. So I'm very happy to say the government is very much alive to this situation. and different government ministries, be it the Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Renewable Energy, Ministry of Finance, and other ministries are working very hard to reduce our carbon footprints. I will take one example of Ministry of Steel. Ministry of Steel has constituted a national green steel mission. Under this, they have created 13 task forces. Mr. Vishwajit is part of many task forces like me. I'm a part of all the 13 task forces, and they are really working very hard to suggest the government of India what are the technological options with us, what are the incentives should be given, how to motivate the current and the prospective steel producer to reduce the carbon footprints. Now, coming to the short-term solutions, I feel with the conventional technology, because I personally feel 50% of exposure to the Indian steel industry, there is not going to be any destructive technology during this period from 2023 to 2030. So we will have to continue with the existing technology available in the country. So the challenge is how to reduce the carbon footprint with the DRI, EF, DRI, IF, BF route in this thing. So I feel that as Mr. Nirmal has talked, that the secondary sector, so-called secondary sector, is going to play a major role because of their quick addition of the energy and less finance requirement compared to the integrated steel plants and all that. So I think immediately we have to introduce the energy efficient technologies. Everyone has identified what are those energy efficient technology applicable to any of these three routes: DRI, EF, DRI, IF, DRI, BF route. We all know, like incorporations of the waste heat recovery, maximize either in the blast furnace or in the coal-based routes also, and how to use the AI, as Mr. Pavana said, AI is going to play a major role. We have to see how we should increase our yield, what should be the material efficiency, how the quality of the basic input should be increased. We are working on that one. How to reduce the carbon footprint in the DRI sector, because we know that in Indian DRI, we are producing more than 82% through the coal-based route. And we are hardly producing 80% through the gas-based route. And I think this will continue up to the 2030, because there is no hope to get the reducing gases, either the syngas or the natural gas or the green hydrogen at an affordable price. So how to reduce the carbon footprint in the coal-based route? We are working with the Mr. Malucha's company also, Lenja Tech, because my efforts are that can we apply the CCU technology in the medium size or big size rotary kiln in a cost-effective manner to reduce the CO2s and all that. Is Indian Dr. Sanjeev Jain and others, I'm in constant touch with them, and we have come to the conclusion with the type of the composition of the outgoing gases, flue gases, and the gas volume, it is not economically feasible to use the CCU concept in the rotary kiln now presently operating. Second issue is that can we substitute the part of a coal being used in the rotary kiln by the somehow gases, either the biogas and natural gas, if it is made available at the affordable price. We have taken up initiated a R&D project in the IIT Roorkee to explore the possibility to substitute part of the coal by these gases. And I'm very happy to say they are in the final stage of developing a mathematical model, and then it will be vindicated in 2-3 companies who are my member to ensure that how much the carbon can be, in a cost-effective manner, can be substituted, coal can be substituted by infusing the gases. Third thing is to maximize, which is a low-hanging fruit, maximize the use of scrap, steel melting scrap. But the cautionary challenge is, do we have the can we expect the increase in the scrap availability either from the domestic sources or from the internal sources? I personally view there is a very less chances to increase the scrap availability from the current level of 20 to 25 million ton, because the scrapping policy is yet to be implemented in a big way. So we may reach to the 45 to 50 million ton by 2030, but that will be peanut, because by the time the steel production will cross the 200 million ton. So what are the solutions? What are the options before the country? We don't have a gas, we don't have a scrap, but our steel production is increasing. As per the latest data, we have got from April to the May, we have got a 11% growth rate, but taking it at a conservative rate of say 5 to 6%, just imagine which is going to be the world highest growth rate in the world. So how we are going to meet our input requirement? So I feel that the only solution with the country is to make to the energy efficient coal-based route. And one of the effective way which we have find out, I think you all are aware that the average CO2 emission in the country as per the Ministry of Steel is 2.55 ton of CO2 per ton of the crude steel against the world average norms of 1.85. But in case of the coal-based DRI, if we don't use any WHRB power system and all that, and at the DRI stage, it is around 2.4 ton of CO2 per ton of the DRI. But if we convert it into the steel, it will be not less than 2.65 ton of CO2 per ton of the crude steel. So we know that the only option available is to use the coal-based, but the coal-based route is not so energy efficient. So what is to be done? As I said, there are the two options which I have already covered. Third option is to make use of the waste heat to motivate the producers and the prosperity producer to immediately go for the waste heat recovery boiler-based power plant. I'm trying to convince the different center ministry to consider is a RAP for the sake of the RPO. But there are certain reservations, certain ministry we are fighting, we have taken up. 3 task forces have agreed to recommend to consider the WHP power as a RE, but ultimately what will be the ultimate government decision, we have to closely watch. But one thing is very sure, many task forces have come out the need to incentivize the adoption of the technological innovations which any of the process would adopt. And I am sure that because money is not a constant, lot of the money is available with the different ministry, MNRE, Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Power, and their arm at BE and all that, Shakti Foundation. Many people are ready to finance. Even the RBI is going to take a view to how to secondary sector can be have the soft green hydrogen loan and all that. So things are moving in the right direction. And I would like to inform my participant that Ministry of Steel has taken a very seriously to set up a national demonstration plant like a Sweden plant to explore the possibility of use our raw materials to produce the green DRI and the green steel, for which a budget of 441 crore has been marked. And we are going to have a evaluation committee meeting on 28th. A few proposals has been received. We are going to evaluate them. And I think within 1 or 2 years, that project will take off. We will have our own indigenous technology. Sorry, now coming back to the Mr. V.R. Sharma's suggestion that we should explore the use of syngas for making the DRI. Because as of now, like his plant, it is a 1.8 million ton, but we are looking for how we have a transition from the coal-based rotary kiln to the smaller models of a gas-based route, whether it is a syngas or a or a natural gas and all that. Natural gas prices are very volatile. We don't know what will the price tomorrow. So, and what will be the availability. The only solution what he has suggested is the syngas. But to have a syngas based smaller models of say 200,000 tons or 3,000 tons, we have to do a lot of the work to make it a technically feasible and economically viable. Technically feasible means we have to do the re-engineering, remodeling to have to scale down from the minimum Midrax or HYM model of 0.4 million ton to say 0.2 to 0.3 million ton, for which we have to do a lot of the work. So these are the challenges and these are the actions which can be taken in a short-term basis by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kashivaji, once again. Very well articulated. In fact, when you speak, you also speak on behalf of the large number of not just your members producing DRI in this country, but also the entire quote-unquote smaller players. We don't call them secondary producers anymore. We call them smaller players. So they need a lot of support right now. And just to recollect, Mr. Kashiva recently, just a couple, I think 2 months back, he organized a workshop for decarbonization along with the Energy Research Institute in Bhubaneswar, where all these issues were discussed at length. In fact, one of the issues I think which also came up was we do not have the possibility of gasifiers, putting up gasifiers at a lower cost. So I think we need to develop technologies, and I would also like to urge all the major and smaller players to come up with solutions for putting up coal gasifiers. At least that would reduce our carbon footprint to a great extent. And in fact, Government of India is also giving a lot of incentives for putting up coal gasifiers right now. So coal gasification is again a way forward. And as you rightly said, syngas, of course, is a very good solution. Now, one of the things which we have not explored so far is iron ore electrolysis. That is one more solution which we can look up to find out solutions if we could go for iron ore electrolysis, which SSAB is already doing a lot of research on. So I think these are likely to come up in the days to come. And thank you, Kashivaji, for well articulating the challenges. And in fact, moving away from coal-based DRI, if we could use syngas or natural gas. There was a time when the KG Basin had a lot of hopes for us, but the Ambani brothers fought and bellied our dreams at one point of time. So I think, availability of natural gas, as you rightly pointed out, is a challenge, though SR is one of the few players in this country, which is now ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, which is still following that route. They're using gas-based DRI modules. They're using hot DRI. So the possibilities are immense in this country. We need technologies to be made available as a part of our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. I'm sure Mr. Paolone, Vishwadeep, Primetals, Danelli, SMS, and others like Autotech, they're all putting in initiatives to ensure that we have a bright future ahead. So with that, once again, I would like to thank Mr. Kashiva. And
thank you.
And if there are any questions for Mr. Kashiva, please raise your hand. Ankit, once again, can you bring Mr. Ranganathan? He has raised his hand.
Yeah, he's there already.
Yeah, Mr. Ranganathan.
This is Mr. Mukherjee. This is probably a more general question. We are talking about decarbonization in terms of reducing energy consumption, so that it's a way of indirect reduction in the carbon consumption or emission. But once we emitted CO2, are there technologies to convert the CO2 into something useful? Like I heard that ethanol is possible. solution, we can convert the carbon dioxide into ethanol and then reuse it in the industry. Are there other technologies coming up like that?
Yeah, I would request Mr. V.R. Sharma and Joachim, if you could, if you wish to, Dr. Joachim, do you want to answer this, Joachim? Or Mr. V.R. Sharma, would you like to take this question?
I remember on this issue once Mr. Sharma informed that they have set up a unit in their existing to capture the CO2, but there is not a much market. There is not a much economic value of CO2, capture CO2, this thing. So that is a big challenge, how to market, what should be the economic value to recover the capex. So that is a big issue, Mr. Ranganathan.
Yeah, Dr. Biswas, would you like to answer and would you like to add anything?
Yeah, like what Mr. Ranganathan is asking, that India, though we don't have much of the CO2 capture.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, CO2 capture sites like in the northern part of the Europe. So CCUS, which is the utilization, is a major avenue which we can look at. So in this regard, there are a few of the projects which Tata Steel is also looking at, like one of the major thing which European has been already done. There's a FRESME project which TNO and Swarim has already demonstrated at in Sweden. About 25 KLD of methanol has been produced from the CO2 captured from the SSAB steel mill off gases and capturing using a technology called a stepwise. Other than that, there is a project which is going on in European Union, which is called the Initiate project, which is trying to convert the CO2 into urea. That is another project which is going on. So there are a few avenues. Then the TNO in Netherlands is working with Tata Steel Europe called a technology for conversion into DME, which is using a technology called a SEDMAS. So there are a few technologies to name right now, which has taken from the TRL perspective, it has moved to around TRL 6 and beyond, and it is in a demonstration stage somewhere in process. And the CRI in Iceland has also demonstrated that they're producing methanol as one of the which you can run the engine with 85% of methanol. So that has been demonstrated by CRI. So to look at these are the few of the technologies which CCUS has taken quite advanced stages right now. But yes, as Mr. Kashiba has mentioned, if we look at the break-even point for those products which are produced with no carbon tax in Indian perspective, it is very difficult to make them sustainable.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Biswas. Maybe I can add, I mean, my slides will probably cover some of these aspects as well, Mr. Ranganathan. So,
well, thank you. But it is remarkable that the TRL level is around 6 to 7. So that means a lot of advances have taken place.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. And also, Mr. Manocha will later on also probably cover some of these aspects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Sanjeev, would you like to add anything to this? Mr. Sanjeev Manocha, would you like to add? I think he is not here. Okay. Okay. So that more or less, but one thing which Dr. Biswas and Mr. Bhattacharya, both of you, I would like to ask, is it still viable to do all this? Because CCUS, what I understand is, as of today, in terms of economic advantages, it is still unviable. Economically, it is still unviable. Now let me just ask both of you. Unless it is economically or commercially viable, do you think carbon capture could actually take off at a professional and commercial scale?
Yeah. So I will just answer So if you look at these technologies, mostly that the cost of the technologies come from the usage of hydrogen. If you see at the methanol, where we have to put around 3 moles of hydrogen, and even for any of the CCUS, the hydrogen plays a critical role. Right now, with even with the internal carbon taxation in Tata Steel, which we take for our projects to make them feasible in the IRR, we cannot make this feasible right now. If we take example of, I'll take a specific example of methanol, with a gray methanol, which is the market in Indian market is around 23 to 25 rupees per liter. So if we go into the green methanol, if you make everything with the green methanol, it will be around 80 rupees per liter, which makes it's approximately around 3 to 4 times of what we are getting right now in the market. So presently, with the carbon taxation, if it's not there in Indian market, it is very difficult to make them sustainable. Yes, you're correct. But then also we have to look at what other technologies we do have. One is the coal gasification, and but the coal gasification, again, the carbon footprints and everything has to be looked into very, very carefully before we step into bringing the syngas out using the underground coal gasification or surface coal gasification.
And maybe I can just add to Dr. Biswas, I fully agree with what he said. But apart from that, if you look at certain developments that are also happening regarding CCUS, the steps by Niti Aayog to suggest subsidies. Yeah. So if these subsidies for carbon capture and utilization do come in, I believe there would be a strong business case. Yeah. Of course, these are now at a more of a policy stage. And until and unless this becomes laws, we will not be able to do it. But these do actually make a big difference to the overall calculation. And technically, there is an important point, as also Dr. Biswas mentioned, the availability of hydrogen. So if I were to look at the fermentation, the biofermentation technology to convert to ethanol and then butanediol and so on, for CO2, you will need hydrogen. And the question, as everybody already mentioned, where is the hydrogen coming from? So I will come in my slides to certain solutions in the short term and what we can do also in the long term on this area.
Okay, so then without further ado, it's over to Mr. Biswadip Bhattacharjee, Vice President, Sales and Head of Green Steel in India at Primetals Technologies India Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Biswadip Bhattacharjee. You can start sharing your screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Is my screen visible?
Yes, absolutely. Perfect.
Okay. So thank you. I would like to thank the eminent panelists also for their valuable words. And really, my slides would really be a summary of what has been covered. But still, I would try to cover certain unique themes which we from Primetals are proposing as we talk about this pathway to green steel. What I have done is, I have a few slides, but which will mainly cover the pathway. So I hope my screen is visible and you can see the slide fully. Otherwise, you can let me know if I need to alter anything. So for us, the decarbonization is a phased approach. I think it was also clearly mentioned. There is no short-term solution. We have a long way ahead, long way ahead. The idea is to start at the right way. The steps on optimization, also mentioned very valuably by Mr. Sharma. What we have already to optimize and improve, Mr. Paulone also mentioned. This itself, these levers that we have at the existing assets level will help to reduce up to 10 to 30% of CO2 from energy efficiency measures. Also, Mr. Kasiva absolutely mentioned that the Ministry of Steel has now even developed, working with the suppliers like us and the industry experts, developed best available technologies on energy efficiency. So you do process optimization, energy optimization, and technology improvements, you will be already be able to save a significant percentage of the CO2. And this really is the low-hanging fruit. But if you were to look down further, in the crystal glass. And the crystal ball will tell us that coming the next few years, we will need to transition ourselves, and transition, of course, involves huge cost of transformation. And if we need to move ahead and reduce more, we will have to move to low carbon fuels, start using hydrogen. We discussed about the hydrogen injection at Tata Steel Blast Furnace C. So these are the steps that people are already starting to get to know how to work with hydrogen, the safety aspects of hydrogen, what is the type of safety interlocking you need to have, how much can you scale up? That's an important topic as far as hydrogen injection is considered. Then endless processes, Mr. Paulone also mentioned, and we also have in our portfolio endless processes, use of hybrid and flexible melt shops. So how do we have a situation where the melt shops are able to cater to changing grade condition, changing input of electricity from renewables and the standard grid electricity. This will also be the starting phase of CCUS, which we also discussed already. But yeah, this would be for me the generation number 2, as Mr. Sharma mentioned, where they will start realizing some bit of the actions and roadmap that we are talking here. In the long term, which we call as the green steel phase, there we will go into carbon direct avoidance. Maybe we will have more sophisticated technologies on carbon recycling into the blast furnace, a full-fledged hydrogen-based DRI, and then large-scale deployment of CCUS. Once the overall ecosystem on hydrogen and CO2 become stable and available, we have significant availability of commercially viable and low-cost hydrogen, then this is the phase to go to. So if you were to look into a little bit detail on the optimizations, some of these were also explained. Throughout our integrated plant, there are already measures, and these are best practices which are implemented also in plants in India and very much outside Europe. You can open up any BAT document and you will see this. The question for us is whether we do it and how we do it. So topics like waste gas recirculation in sinter plant, you can easily save up to 7 to 10% of your coke. These are things which, as OEM suppliers, we guarantee to our customers. Hydrogen gas, microwave heating, biocar replacement, shaft cooler technologies, these automatically would bring down in a combined way a significant part of your CO2. If you were to do let's say we do a graph of a CO2 reduction against the capex, the selective waste gas recirculation in the sinter plant appears to be a significantly important topic, and we are doing this technology in many plants in India. On the blast furnace, similarly, you can think about sequence pulsing, which we are now strongly exploring as a very viable opportunity with the Indian customers. This involves injecting high pulse oxygen up to 20 bar pressure into the tuyeres, and this helps to reduce the overall CO2 emissions because your PCI injection rate comes down, you're able to save on the coal, you improve the coal rate and reduce the coke rate. Hydrogen injection we talked about. So a mix of these alternative fuels, as we call it, will help to reduce and optimize on the energy and automatically reduce the CO2 footprint. Basic oxygen furnace or the arc furnace, as was covered, yeah, you can do scrap preheating, you can do bottom injection using jet process, then you can also do slag valorization. So all these topics are very much available, implementable also in India, and we have to the Ministry of Steel suggested these topics to be implemented and let's say put as a best practice which all steel producers should use. Yeah. In the transition phase, how does it look like? Also was covered in the discussions earlier that this is really what we are doing now, between 2.5 to 1.8, whatever is the specific CO2 consumption. This is how it looks like if I were to go through our traditional process. And with the scrap, you can really come down with the arc furnace and a sophisticated furnace of quantum where we have advanced scrap preheating, you can really come down on the specific CO2 consumption. The question, of course, is do we have the availability of scrap in India? This was also spoken about a lot today. And yes, so there is probably not a clear approach on what is the right path ahead. In terms of the DRI, was also discussed earlier, you have possibilities to go with starting off with natural gas as a reducing agent and then have a flexible approach to move to hydrogen. And this will also help to come down on the arc furnace in the terms of the CO2 consumption. But what's in the future is what we believe is we have, once we move to the hydrogen-based reduction using DRI, we will, and the smelter route, so this will be a new metallurgical equipment, nothing but a sophisticated submerged arc furnace. This will help in, coming down really with the hydrogen approach to a significant smaller CO2 level. And we are focusing a lot from Primetals on this technology using the DR and the smelter route. Finally, as the long term in the green steel phase, this may be how the picture of future will look like. And we divide this picture based on the type of ore. So we have high-grade iron ore and the scrap on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, we will have the low and medium-grade iron ore. So what has been discussed today is more or less the same, but a little bit depth going into the grade of iron ore also needs to be done. We will no longer have lumpy iron ores. So more and more we will get into smaller sinter feed and pellet feed, and the lump ores are going to be far and few between. So what we see from Primetals is, though we will have the older technologies using blast furnace route and the BOF route, but there will be need to move to new technologies. And some of these technologies I will mention in a minute. Now, in the existing blast furnace, we will have to think about options of using CCS. And I will come to what can be done in the short term and the long term on carbon capture there. The same with Corex and Finex, which are also technologies already implemented worldwide, also in India. What do we do with the medium grade iron ore, the pellet feed and the sinter feed? In the long run, as hydrogen becomes more and more available, we will have the chance to reduce the pellet feed and sinter feed using these new technologies of Hyrex and HYFOR, which are the patented technologies of Primetals. Of course, Midrex and the DRI would be there, and they would feed into the smelter, which I spoke about, and that will help to keep the BOF route existing as same. So we will not possibly need to migrate all BOFs to arc furnace in case of low and medium grade iron ore. The Midrex will, of course, as we know, feed into the smelter and help to retain the BOF. But wherever the possibility is to have high grade iron ore, there will be a transition path to go into a DRI-based arc furnace. So either it will be through the Midrex route or the other technology that is available, and the sinter feed and the pellet feed will go through the Hyrex and HYFOR. So the Hyrex and HYFOR are nothing but the experience from the earlier Finex and Corex using a fluidized bed, but the reducing agent is here fully hydrogen. And at the end, on the right-hand side, we will have, let's say, wherever possible, high scrap availability to go for a scrap or a mix of scrap and DRI-based arc furnace. So for us, the picture of future will be let's say, a mix of all these technologies, and depending on the region and the particular requirement of the customer, we see this technology spread all across. What we are doing in India, just to let you know that we are also doing a lot of these feasibility studies with our customers to find out what is the transition path. So the transition path starts with the short-term approach of what you can do in your current plant and your existing assets, and then also to look a little bit into the future of what is the transition path, what type of transition path that is possible in India, considering the availability or the non-availability of hydrogen large scale right now, and also from a syngas and natural gas, there is not much availability. Finally, a look into the picture of the future, that when hydrogen really becomes available, what is the possible type of technologies that the customer can use. So a lot of feasibility studies are being done right now with our customers. At the same time, Primetals being part of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, our belief in the energy transition and decarbonization roadmap is that finally we will need to develop a very sustainable hydrogen ecosystem as well as a CO2 ecosystem. So what I mean is, as we decarbonize steel making, this will have to be kind of interlocked into a hydrogen demand and supply balance. And also, what do we do with the CO2? So as was also mentioned, what do we do with the CO2 that is captured? And probably these are the questions that need to be answered now and in the future. As part of the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, what we are offering to our customers is that we are able to bring the entire demand and supply linkage from primary energy to hydrogen and ammonia production, storage and transport, and the end use of the hydrogen together. And we are doing it through our own products and companies within Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and we are partnering with solutions wherever available. So as Mr. V.R. Sharma mentioned also on nuclear power, within MHI, we have our environmental and chemical engineering who are working already on nuclear power with our customers. So there is possibility as and when India is ready for us to come in this area. In terms of hydrogen and ammonia production in using different technologies, water electrolysis, catalysis, steam electrolysis, plasma pyrolysis, as was mentioned, methane pyrolysis. Here we are tied up with a strong set of partners, and we are on it. Storage and transport is equally going to be very significant because of the safety issues. And here we will need advanced compressor technologies, hydrogen storage technologies, and most importantly, the use of hydrogen in the gas turbines, in the boilers, in the fuel cells, and also here within Primetals, how to use hydrogen as a reducing agent in steel making. So within the MHI house, we are really tying the demand and the supply side over an overall hydrogen-based ecosystem. What are we doing on the carbon side? So we, as you may know, that MHI has the benchmark technology on carbon capture. So in terms of industrial emissions, 70% of the CO2 is going through our technology on KMCDR. Yeah. So this is a technology that we must use, and there is a lot of potential. And if I were to again look at the crystal ball in the future, in terms of CO2 captured, the prediction already is that there will be a significant growth of CCU systems as we go ahead into 2050. So up to 350 million ton of CO2 per year will be captured by 2050. And this will be about 8% of the total steel production is likely to be produced from electrolysis, again, through the hydrogen route. So the CO2 capture will increase, the hydrogen usage will increase, and was also mentioned, the amount of electricity required for such hydrogen production in terms of terawatt per hour is going to be a stupendous one. So what do we offer to the market? We are offering mainly our carbon capture and storage process using the amine scrubber technology. This is the benchmark technology that is available to us. But in terms of the CO2 capture, while we capture it, the idea is to also utilize it. And here we are working with our partner LanzaTech, and you will hear from Mr. Sanjeev Menocha later on these topics. So what we are doing here, we are taking the BFG, BOF, whatever flue gas that is available, and doing microbial fermentation to produce value-added products like ethanol, which can be extended to also complex hydrocarbons like butane and butanediol, acetone. This also helps to reduce the SOx and NOx in the system. So in terms of the ecosystem, the idea is to capture and then also utilize. Yes, there are questions on how much can be utilized, where it can be utilized, how much can be stored. For example, the steel plants is an enhanced oil recovery and approach because the steel plants are far away from the oil fields. So these are the topics that really need discussion. Can you sequester it inside concrete as an example? So MHI and Primetals, we are working together with a set of partners to develop these technologies and answers. And there will be no single silver bullet. Yeah, there will be multiple solutions which need to be adapted as per the requirement of the country and the customer. Finally, if you look at, and this is what I was mentioning, we have the largest number of references covering many areas. Yeah, say enhanced oil recovery, urea production, methanol production. So we have about 80 odd references on carbon capture. But the interesting thing is none of these references are on the iron and steel industry. So what we did okay, this is another slide on the world's largest carbon capture project. Again, a power plant in Texas, where we are capturing up to 4,800 tons per day of CO2. The main target here is to capture the CO2 and push it to an oil field, which is miles away, the West Ranch oil field. And this is an enhanced oil recovery project. But here we are using again our MHI KM-CDR process. So the solution exists, it is scalable, and it works. What we are now doing for the iron and steel industry is last year, in October, we started the first pilot for carbon capture with ArcelorMittal, MHI, BHP. Here we are talking about a smaller CO2 capture unit, which we will then extend to cover other areas of the steel plant. And then finally, when we are ready, we will then go to the market with a full-fledged carbon capture solution for the iron and steel industry. Just to let you know how compact this is. So this is pretty much containerized. So a small container like this of 40 feet can cater up to 0.3 tons of CO2 capture. And this will be extended through another container containing the blower, chiller, gas analyzer, any type of advanced automation that the customer will be required. So this is a very much productized and containerized approach. And this, I think, will also fit in terms of the layout and the space constraints that we normally have in our iron and steel plants. So lastly, considering the time of 10 minutes, I have thought of leaving the audience with a little bit of thought on what can be done in terms of the CO2 capture. The figures that you see are pretty much known to us, that the amount of CO2 generation per ton of hot metal at the blast furnace, at the stoves, and the power plants. So post-combustion, you can actually, if you capture at each one of these suction points, and more so from the power plant because of the much more CO2 that is produced, you can capture up to 80% of the CO2 emissions. Yeah. And my point on the table is, as we will move probably to a much more supportive government on these technologies. I mean, if you look at the Niti Aayog paper, we're talking about $40 per ton of CO2 capture and roughly $36 per ton of utilization. So this is very much comparable to the figures that we have in US as per the IRA. And provided these move into a law, I think the business case for carbon capture and utilization will be very strong. However, this, as I said, this will need to be strongly developed as per the requirement of the customer and the region and the layout and the market. Yeah. So what do we do with the end product? Right. So I leave you with this thought, and yeah. So this is, let's say, a little bit of looking into the crystal ball of what the green steel transformation could be from Primetals. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Yeah, any questions as of now? Ankit, any questions from anyone from the audience?
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Mukherjee.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is regarding, I heard you saying that a fluidized bed reactor might be used for reduction of iron ore fines. Did I hear you correctly, or am I making a mistake?
That is correct. That is correct, yes.
But there are problems in reducing iron ores in FBR, no? It becomes sticky and the fluidization is not sustained.
Yeah, I know. So this is, you are right, this is a question, but for us, we have now tested, I think, 85 types of iron ores, and we haven't faced this situation yet.
Oh, that's good. When we tried some other ores, we found it was sticking.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that's really a part of the process. And we will commercialize this in the next 2 years. But before we commercialize, these are all the tests that are happening right now.
But this is also going to suffer from a low production rate, like Mark III, IT Mark III.
This we have to see. I cannot comment on this right now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Do you mind if I take your contacts, maybe through Mr. Mukherjee himself?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Mukherjee, in fact, you are in touch with me. You have been sending me WhatsApp messages now and then. Do you mind sending his contact number also, please? Or email ID?
Yeah, I will. If you just give me a small WhatsApp note to me, I will just send you his email.
Just now it's coming to you. In a minute, it will come to you.
Okay, I will send it. I will send
Sure.
today. You will get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ranganathan. Now
we have a few more questions in Q&A section.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
can you read it out?
Yes, or I think it would be better if we just allowed them to ask the question directly. So, Mr. ACR Das, maybe you can ask your question, followed by Dr. Argo Majumdar.
Yeah, both are my old friends. So I'll have to ensure that both physically ask the questions. So first, Mr. ACR Das, since he is more senior. Mr. ACR Das was also in the Ministry of Steel.
Hello, Mr. Mukherjee, am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Das, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I want to congratulate Dr. Vishwadeep for such a nice presentation. And what I could understand, he may clarify the various options what he has suggested all requires iron ore. And vis-a-vis that, what our learned friend Mr. B.R. Sharma said, in years to come, in future, maybe after 2050, there will be not only no requirement of coal, but also there will be no requirement of iron ore, because steel will be produced from scrap, or carbon fiber will replace steel, etc., etc. I would like to listen to our great expert, Mr. Dr. Vishwajit, about what is his comment about on this subject.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Das. We interact on many forums with the Ministry of Steel. So thank you for your question. Yeah. So no, I actually just took, if I have not been able to communicate myself, the idea was not to say that scrap will not exist. So if you see in my slide here, on the extreme right-hand side, I have spoken about the best case where there will be a world where there is a lot of scrap. So definitely, it's not to say that the world only be relying on iron ore. No, there will be a lot of recycled scrap coming back into the system. And but what we do not want to preclude is that the smaller sinter feed and pellet feed, this will not be productively used by the iron and steel industry. So this we do not want to leave out. And that's why we are focusing on these technologies, because we also believe that there will be a huge space for utilizing this fine sinter and pellet feed.
Dr. Vishwadeep, just let me have a counter question. See, my question was, I know that, yes, there will be scrap ability to increase a lot. All those things are well known, and I think it will be happening also. My question was whether in years to come, in future, maybe 2060, 70, 80, the world will not depend on iron ore. I personally feel that part of the steel will be produced through iron ore also, plus scrap, plus carbon fiber, all those things will be there.
Absolutely, you are right. If you look at, I didn't show this slide, but this is actually our estimation. So you can see here, it is titled as Primetal's estimation. So our view of the steel production is that it will grow. And as you rightly say, there will be a mix. the point is that there will be a more and more preference, or the scrap-based EAF route will increase from 20 to 34% by 2050. The BF-BF route will go down, and there will be additional technologies like DRI arc furnace, DRI smelter. But I am sure there will be alternative materials, much maybe in better quality than steel, which will also offset a bit of this production. And we can see that the growth is not linear, so it kind of tapers off between 2040 to 2050. So your statement is absolutely right, and this also corroborates what Mr. Sharma earlier mentioned.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much.
Now, Mr. Argham Mujumdar, Dr. Argham Mujumdar.
Thank you, Nirmalo, for giving me this opportunity to ask question. It was a nice presentation. It was a nice presentation from Primetals. I have two questions. One question is that all of us are talking about decarbonization. What will be the future of coke ovens, which are being run in all over integrated steel plants? First question. Second question. Yes, this is because we need to have the future because all the coke oven plants are running in all the integrated steel plants. So this is first question. Second question is all the people, the slide which is being shown now, the BF route will come down by almost maybe half, 71 to 33%. What will be the future of blast furnace? One thing. Second thing is that is this DRI or scrap EAF route or DRI smelter route will solve the desulfurization problem of low carbon, low sulfur requirement of hot metal? These are the two questions for me.
Okay, I will try to address these questions one by one. The first one was on coke ovens. To be honest, I cannot comment because coke ovens is really not our portfolio, and nor we are actually in depth focusing on this topic. So we will be reliant on how the market is thinking on coke ovens. I can only say that coke ovens, what we are seeing right now is a lot of focus on taking care of the DSOx and the DNOx. So on an environment side, there is a focus on coke ovens, but what is the future of coke oven as a technology? Sorry, I cannot answer that. Also, it's not part of the Primetals portfolio to comment on, to be honest. In terms of your next question on the long-term plan, I think this slide here also speaks that, and this slide is not India-centric, by the way. This looks at the worldwide steel production. And the India view of this is a little bit different, I think, and my panelists and participants on the call may agree that the BF-BF route will still be a significant percentage of the total production. But in terms of the worldwide production, we definitely think this will taper off and come down by 2050, as shown on this slide.
May I add to it? May I add to it? Because this steel actually mainly the production more than 50%, more than 60% of the production will be produced by India and China. And all these Europe, I think it clubbed together, Europe, US clubbed together, they don't cross maybe half of the China. So the main production route is through BF now, BF route. So all of us are talking about decarbonization, and the future of BF will be in really jeopardy because the decarbonization will lead to mishap of these blast furnaces. So the technology should be in such a way to take care of not only the Europe part, but also thinking about China and also India. So we will be the major field into that, and our government is also targeting for 300 million ton in the coming future.
Right, you are absolutely right, and that is why in terms of the green steel expert panels that have been set up, the discussions, at least to the panels which I am in, are more on not talking about a transformation roadmap to big technologies. They're talking of keeping it stable, having it more energy efficient, and talking about certain pilots to test out these technologies that people like Primetals and others are offering. So whether these are actually suitable in terms of scale, commercially and technically, and this will be the job of these pilot projects that we will now discuss in the next few weeks with the Ministry of Steel, as Mr. Kashiva also mentioned. So this will be tested out at an India level in terms of the technology and the commercial viability. And I think the ministry is not talking about a big change in terms of technology yet, because as we know, these technologies are under a lot of R&D and pilot. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you, Argoda. Thank you, Dasda.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Dr. Argo Mujumdar is a blend of a blast furnace and a DRI together.
Yeah,
Since
yeah.
he was earlier in RINL Vizag Steel Plant, and now he is the director of Kazi Nazrul University Department of Metallurgy. So he is now practicing what, or rather preaching what he was practicing.
Thank
We
you.
practice what we preach, but now he is preaching what he was practicing. So
Yes,
that is Dr.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That is
Thank you.
Dr. Argo Majumdar for you. He
Thank
was
you.
earlier
Thank you so much.
by the steel plant, yes.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
so maybe we'll see days, Argoda, where we will have a blend of the blast furnace and the DRI module together, like like what you see in the CONAC process, which is a combination of the converter and the arc furnace together. So we will have combination of technologies maybe in the days to come. We never know what life has in store for us.
Absolutely. And some plants are going for coke ovens also, nowadays also. So one way we are talking about decarbonization.
Based on coke oven. Yeah, that is.
Yes, absolutely. That is what is there is a fallacy on it actually.
Yeah.
Thank you, Argoda. Thank you, Dasda. Thank you. Thanks to both of you. We will now move on to
we have one more question actually from Mr. Volodymyr Shatokha. So just to mention to everyone, this is the last question we will take, and then we will move on to the next.
Because
next
we are running 1 hour late.
We are running a bit late. Yes, over to you, Mr. Shatokha.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask the question, and many thanks for very interesting presentation. You did mention some emerging technologies, which I understand is out of your portfolio, but I'm curious, what is your opinion about such smelting reduction technologies, like, for example, high smelt, and some more innovative technologies like molten oxide electrolysis, which is now promoted by Boston Metals. So what is your opinion about that? Thank you.
So yeah, thank you for the question. I will first try to answer high force smelt. I think you mentioned high force smelt because this is our technology, and it's actually a combination of what you see on the screen in my laser pointer. So the high force and the smelter using hydrogen, we are calling it as high force smelt. And as I said, this is one of the pathways to transformation for the smaller fines and pellet feed. So we are fully focused on this technology. This is at a demonstration level at Donawitz. You are welcome to visit it. We take our customers regularly who are interested, and this is a very interesting technology. I know that Tata Steel, I have personally accompanied them very recently. So many customers visit, and you are welcome to visit that. So I can speak about high force smelt. As far as Hisarna goes, I think it is best that Tata Steel should speak about it. And as far as molten oxide electrolysis, yes, the Boston Metals was also under our evaluation as a cooperation, but let's say we stepped out of it. I think that's the only comment I can make. But of course, it's a very positive technology as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vladimir. Spasiba Bolcha. So we'll now move on to our.
Дякую, не спасибо, дякую. I'm Ukrainian.
Oh, you're Ukrainian. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were Russian. No, I'm sorry. You know, judging a Ukrainian as a Russian is the biggest mistake you can do today.
On a lighter Mr. Mukherjee and the panelists, I'm sorry I have to step out for another meeting.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
From the bottom of
Thank
my
you.
heart, let me thank you for a
Thank you,
wonderful
everyone.
and
Thank you.
enriching us. And we will
Thank you.
keep in touch, definitely.
Thank you so much.
With that, let me thank Dr. Bhattacharjee, Vishwadeep Bhattacharjee, and now I move on to Dr. Arijit Biswas, Principal Scientist, R&D, Tata Steel.
Yeah. So good evening, all. Hope my slides are visible.
Yes, you have to just move on to full screen.
Yeah. So, yeah, is it visible now? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. So as Mr. Bishwadeep has already spoken about the importance of the hydrogen in the decarbonization of the steel sector, and it is vital what we have found during our sustainable analysis and during the different course of analysis that hydrogen, be it is in the decarbonization of the steel or in the during the CCUS, hydrogen plays a vital role. So we thought of why don't we use our own steel plant gases and our own raw material, which is iron ore, to rather utilize in a better way to generate the hydrogen for the greener steel industry, rather than just relying on the green hydrogen which we can get from the green sources. So the hydrogen which we are talking right now is a blue hydrogen, and we think that the blue hydrogen, it is not only the green hydrogen, but only the blue hydrogen along with the green hydrogen will make sustainable in the near future for the steel industries. So with further ado, I'll just talk about that what we are looking at and what technology is all about. So since we have already talked about the global warming prospect of CO2 and the steel industries, and how to reach to there, how much of steel is contributing towards that. And these figures are right now, everybody is, whoever in the steel industry or who is talking about decarbonization of steel industries are well aware of these figures. So I'll not talk about much of this, and I'll just to give a perspective and to start with that. So as Mr. Bishwadeep and other speakers have already spoken about that the BF-BOF is the most CO2 emitting process right now with 2.2. It varies from 2.2 to 2.54. That is what the value is. And for Tata Steel, including every from the mining till the raw material, it is 2.54. That in Tata Steel Jamshedpur right now it is 2.3. And we have a aim to get to by 2030 to 1.8, and that is a steep target, and quite a steep target to achieve right now with the basic infrastructure of BF-BOF right now what Tata Steel is pursuing. And so with that, we thought that, and how the hydrogen can be produced in a much economical and much lesser carbon footprint. That's what we have been looking at. So everybody have read this news, but to just recap that the hydrogen is the key, and it has been told in many forums, and it's been discussed by today as well, that the ArcelorMittal hybrid has started his pilot in North Button in Sweden, in Luleå, is that they are working on demo plant towards it. Salzgitter has also announced about their plans of phasing out the BF by the DRI, and even in the Super Coast 50 program by Nippon Steel, they have also taken hydrogen as one of the key levers in the DRI as well as into the BF-BOF route. And Imodin is also opted. Tata Steel Imodin has also opted for DRI as an option to phase out. So for every bit of things, whether you talk about the blast furnace, you talk about the BF-BOF, hydrogen is the key, and for CCUS as well. So this slide I can just give out. I can skip on. And if you look at the decarbonization steel making sector, there were three different technology. We can categorize the technologies into three different in the way. That is, the one is called a makeshift technologies, where we can just improve the energy efficiencies of the existing steel plant by, like the intercooler technologies, what Mr. Bishwadeep has already talked about. There's a retrofitting based technologies, which is like taking into taking into the DRI along with the BOF, BA-BOF route and combining them to reduce the part of the carbon footprint and introduce the scrap and all. And the transformational technologies like like molten oxide electrolysis, Boston Metal, which they're doing right now. So, which is an electrochemical platform and totally based on the electrical energy based. Either it can be a scrap based, either it can be a hydrometallurgy followed by electrometallurgy process, but that is a long run to look at around 2070. Might be a horizon to look at where we want to completely make the steel industry decarbonized. So, so if we look at the steel making perspective, there are 3 different levers, and that is one is the carbon capture and utilization, where the different technologies, what the KBR technologies has already talked about, Tata Steel has implemented is carbon capture of 5TPD plant, which is already running in Jamshedpur with the amine-based carbon capture. And there are, and then the green hydrogen is another another areas where we can where it can be looked into the carbon direct avoidance, either into reductant into the blast furnace or into the DRI plant. But if we see that for everything, hydrogen is the key. So if we look at the hydrogen making technologies right now, this is a chart where we can look at different hydrogen making technologies with respect to the amount of CO2 which can be produced by different by the per kg of hydrogen by different technologies. To critically say that this SMR, which is the steam methane reforming, is the biggest and the largest producer of hydrogen right now, followed by coal gasification or alkaline based electrolysis using the grid electricity, right, in perspective. There are a few other new technologies which are coming up right now. Is a chemical looping combustion, and there's a stepwise based technology which is at the moment is a TRL4 to TRL5 levels. And I will be mostly talking about the technology which we in Tata Steel are right now pursuing, and we have got a great success in doing that, and we are going ahead with the technologies, is called a chemical looping combustion. So just to look at the decarbonization of steel making, somebody was talking about the 1 MTP of steel, how much of the resources will be required. So this is just a comparative between the 100% electrolyzer and the 50% electrolyzer hydrogen and 50% from the biomass. So we can see that if we take 50% biomass into account, we do reduce a substantial amount of the resources which will be required, whether the green electricity, capex, and even the methanol or the CCU production, because the hydrogen production itself from the biomass is quite greener. And these analyses have helped us to look at hydrogen as one of the key levers into our portfolio. So, but to understand which technology to choose on, and this is a impact on the final product, final cost of the steel. So it has to be at the technology level, TRL level, from the 5 to 7, it has to TRL 9. And then the cost of the steel could not be increased by $300 per ton of crude steel. That is the maximum cap. We can go ahead, and the cost of the hydrogen should be between $1 to $1.3. Maximum it can be around $2. Beyond that, it will be very costly to be taken into account. Then the government policies with the carbon taxation has to be in place, and the DRI lifetime of the assets and the capex requirement. So we are talking about a technology which is called chemical looping, where we are using a simple concept, what we call there's a 2 reactor concept, where we are using a catalyst which is mostly iron oxide bed catalyst, along with other constituent, which makes it more reducible, and we are using simply the steel mill off gases to reduce it into during the one cycle to lower oxides of the catalyst, means the iron, and in the next cycle, which is called oxidation, we are using the steam to generate the hydrogen in the purest form. What we are doing is that we are generating hydrogen which is in a pure form, and there's no need to separate the hydrogen again out of the system. And we are in the process, we are also generating the pure amount of CO2. That CO2 again don't have to be captured, or don't have to be captured, or has to be and then it doesn't require any energy over there. So in the process, we also generate some amount of energy in the process. And there's two variants we are working on. One is called chemical looping reforming, and another is called chemical looping water splitting. So, so with that, the motivation was that how to generate and maximize the hydrogen production at a lower cost without any extra fuel. It is the fuel which we are generating inside the steel plant, and we are utilizing in our premises only. And then how to make this catalyst using the much cheaper way, which is non-toxic, and it can sustain a longer cycle. So we have able to test those concepts in the lab, as well as including semi-pilot, which I'll show in further slides. So this is just a lab scale experimentation which we have carried out using some mix of gases, and we have carried out to understand how the things are. So I will just try to point it out on the graph on the bar chart on the right hand side, where we can see the theoretical yield which was predicted and the experimental what we have got with error percentage which we can see. This was from the TGA results which were carried out using one of the material which is chromite overburden. So we have carried out mostly with this blast furnace gases, and we have tested with different gas combinations, and we have checked the coal gas efficiencies of the hydrogen which we are generating, and we can see that the coal gas efficiencies is approximately 64% with a particular ratio of COG and BFG in a ratio. So that is, and when we carried out the cost economic analysis and compared with different other technologies, we found that the cost of the hydrogen comes to approximately around 38 to 100, depending on the coke prices, the sensitivity and is carried out, and we have seen that it is approximately around $1.5 to $1.6 per kg of hydrogen, with comparison to natural gas or the PEM-based hydrogen producing technology, where the cost is also varying with respect to the natural gas pricing or the electricity pricing. So which has a higher thermal efficiency, as I shown, around 58 to 60%, is pretty good with respect to other technologies like PEM or alkaline, where we are talking about the hydrogen generation efficiency of around 65%. So this is the pilot plant which we're talking about. This is the pilot plant which has been set up by me and my colleagues with our partners inside the Tata Steel R&D premises. Those who are interested, they can come and visit us, and we can show you how it is worked. So this is the unit which we're testing the technology, and we have been able to generate and run a number of cycles using the different gas combinations right now, and we are able to in the next slide, you can see that this is some of the experimental trend we have got. So you can see the hydrogen purity of 91.25%, and this video, which you can see that the hydrogen purities keep on increasing, and this shows that we are able to sustain our production using the hydrogen from this technology in a much better scale we have carried out. And just to take that, how it can be integrated into the steel plant. This is one of the use cases, and you can see the chemical looping combustion is a old technology which Alstom has carried out for the power generation, but we are taking not for power generation, but we are using it for the generation of hydrogen from the steel mill of gases, which is quite in the new. It is a patented process right now, and we can see that if we integrate with the steel plant in a longer run, so we can generate the CO2 footprint will be negative. There is no CO2 footprint. There's hardly any CO2 footprint from this unit. We have carried out all the simulations using the process engineering, every bit of thing, and the cost of the hydrogen will be approximately 1.5 or less than $1.5, and opportunity as a greener hydrogen is there when we integrate with the steel plant. So, with the technological overview, we see that the technology is fundamentally from the steel mill of gases, and right now it is in the pilot stage. We are already started working with our engineering partners to put up a much bigger plant in Kalinganagar. So it will be instrumental by 2025 in Kalinganagar in Odisha. And right now the technology is at the TRL5, TRL4 to TRL5 level at a small scale, but we are confident, and we are working with the partners. We are confident in that we are able to take the technologies to the next level of TRL6 and beyond that by 2025 onwards. So with that, I'll just thank some of the from the external and the internal people of Tata Steel who are instrumental in making this technology from a lab scale to a pilot, and to now to a much bigger pilot scale, and the funding is coming through. So that is a good part of Tata Steel, that we can make what we think right now. And this hydrogen will be right now it is a blue, but eventually as we move towards the greener future, it will be more or less in a greener. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you, Dr. Biswas. Do we have any questions? Any questions for Dr. Ajit Biswas? Okay, in that case, thank you so much, Dr. Biswas, for the wonderful presentation. So we have a request from Mr. Sanjeev Manocha. He has another meeting, so he will have to leave early. So if the other panelists don't mind, I would like to request Mr. Sanjeev Manocha to be the next speaker. Mr. Manocha, are you there?
Sorry. Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Mr. Sanjeev Manocha is the Global Director, Business Development for LanzaTech. Over to you, Mr. Manocha.
Thank you very much, and really sorry for that, because I have a hard stop. I need to go for very important meeting actually at 2 p.m. my time. 1 second. Let me just. Actually, I was not expecting that you will give me a chance. I was thinking that it's all done for me. Thank you for that. Okay, so there you go. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Sanjeev, you can see your screen.
Thank you, Dada. Again, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. I won't take much of time.
Have to. I'm really grateful to you that, in spite of the fact that you have to leave for a meeting, you have stayed back. And without further wasting any time, I'll move on straight to Mr. Sanjeev Manocha. Just to introduce Mr. Sanjeev Manocha, he is the Global Director for Business Development at LanzaTech, and someone, again, I know for, as I said, for more than 25 years now, from the early 90s, when he was in Indomag, a good friend of mine for all these years. He was in ArcelorMittal, he was in Camus. So I have been in touch with him for almost all these 2.5 decades that he has been in this industry. So I won't take much of time. Over to you, Sanjeev. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dada. I really appreciate that. It was always a pleasure to talk to you always. Thank you for that. So I'll just quickly jump on to, I said that I will have to stop presentation probably in 10 minutes at the most. I won't take much of your time, but I'll be happy to take any questions after these presentations. I can communicate my email address with you all. So just starting on the steel, actually, just to have a little bit of, I would say, startup on that, what sort of technologies are available and where do we position ourselves. So we all know, we have been discussing this morning, DRI electric arc furnaces, carbon capture storage, and also emerging technologies. There are pros and cons in everything, in each and every technology. Yes, you can move from blast furnace to DRI, and everyone in Europe is talking that they want to go to DRI. But no one is able to answer that question, why in the last 50 years, we only had one DRI plant. So there is definitely something was not possible, actually, that we could not build DRI plants in Europe, and we are thinking about now moving everything to DRI. Yes, it is like you can mitigate carbon, but again, you can only mitigate 30% of carbon, not to the level of 80% unless you go into hydrogen-based technologies. And same for carbon capture storage, you need definitely a lot of infrastructure for the carbon capture storage. And where I come from, we come from carbon capture utilization. So what we are talking about here is that any waste stream, whatever comes from the steel plant, can be utilized and can be converted into useful chemicals which we use in our daily lives. So that's what we are talking about over here. And I understand that there is a low CO2 mitigation potential as on today, but it stands a big potential actually to scale up to the level. So if you talk about ferroalloys also, so we also love ferroalloy gases. The ferroalloy gases, again, there is no possibility of DRI electric arc furnace. They have only CCU or CCS or some other technologies which will emerge over a period of time. So this is LanzaTech, the core technology, what we have actually. So in LanzaTech, if we just focus on the core part actually, so this very simple way of sort of illustrating this technology, you go through a small compression, which is about 7 to 8 bar pressure. And then you go through the cleanup of these gases. Again, because our technology was developed on the steel mill gases, so we can take most of the impurities coming from the steel mill gases. So we just need a very small cleanup in parts per million, not parts per billion at all. Then the gases go through this bioreactors where all the magic does happen, that we take our microbes, our bacteria, which eats away carbon monoxide and hydrogen and CO2 to convert into ethanol. So we have 3 molecules which we really like. It's carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and CO2. As everything else is an inert gas basically for our process. So we produce ethanol out of it, and that ethanol basically is about 90–95%. And then the rest of the material, about 5 to 10%, is a protein actually, which is like in China, an example they're using as a fish feedstock. In Europe, it will be biogas. In India, it could be as a chicken feedstock. So ethanol is just a building block for us. And from ethanol, we have created a huge value chain. And that ethanol, because it's a very low carbon footprint, that ethanol can go as a sustainable aviation fuel. We have a lot of tie-ups with companies like British Airways, like Virgin Atlantic. And same ethanol can go into carbon smart applications, which goes into various sort of daily use lives. This is like cloths, likes of all the packaging material, all the solvents. So this is like the huge market really waiting to tap for this ethanol. And on the sort of feedstock, we started originally with blast furnace and BOF gases, but we gradually expanded to ferroalloy gases. We expanded to solid waste through a gasification. And also we are working on direct air capture to capture all the CO2 from the atmosphere and take that CO2, convert it to the same process. So we are at a commercial scale now. It's not a pilot scale anymore. So company started in 2005. We moved on to sort of a first commercial scale plant in 2018 in China with the BOF gases. Then we built up continuously plants actually 2021, 2022, another one sort of on the ferroalloys, then the third one also on the ferroalloy again in China. And we gradually scaled up from 46,000 ton ethanol to 60,000 tons of ethanol per year. Most of you probably would know that LanzaTech is working with Indian Oil Corporation, IOCL, and we are having a first plant actually over there, and this is under commissioning right now. So we should be seeing the ethanol coming out of this plant very soon. 2 plants in commissioning right now, one in China, this is again with ferroalloy emission, 60,000 tons, and the one plant in Belgium, this is the first plant in Europe we are commissioning right now, and we had ethanol at Metec in Düsseldorf. So 64,000 ton ethanol from this particular plant, and we are taking blast furnace gases. So as you can see in this picture, so this is an aerial view of this plant, and this plant takes the blast furnace gases through the orange pipeline and convert through the bioreactors, and then we convert to ethanol, and there is all water treatment plant. And this is the land footprint, including a self-contained actually completely. And then there is this chimney. You might be wondering what is this? This is for only emergency flare actually, if we have to do something. So this is the total footprint of LanzaTech where we are right now across the world with various technologies at various scales of the project. So we work from steel to municipal solid waste to refinery gases and all those stuff. So what do the value chain, what I said before, actually, it's a LanzaTech process. We produce ethanol as a building block, and then we go into LanzaJet actually, which is like we are making sustainable aviation fuel. As you can see on the right-hand side, there are equity investors in LanzaJet, sorry. Suncor, British Airways, LanzaTech itself, and so many other companies like Department of Energy from the US. So sustainable aviation fuel, we have about 7 or 8 plants under commissioning right now going on. Other products what we make, and this is carbon smart chemicals. So a number of products what we make actually out of this thing, and most of these products are original. It is not just the pictures we taken from internet, and we have a number of companies we are working with them. You can see at the bottom of the screen actually. Carbon is essential for our society. We are saying decarbonization, but in certain areas like chemical sector, you can't go without carbon. They need carbon. As on today, they are taking carbon mainly from fossil sources. But if you look at in 2050, this is from Nova Institute, if you look at 2050, they will have to transition also from carbon has to come from either recycling or carbon has to come from CO2. So this is the whole technology. What we're trying to do is trying to create a circular carbon economy, that why don't we take the carbon what we have on the planet and use this plant basically and convert into chemicals, which we still need actually going forward, because society has to go. Otherwise, there is no way to find carbon. So we don't stop at ethanol. The technology keeps on evolving. So we also started working on changing bacteria. Same technology, everything remains same feedstock. We just change the bacteria and we move to isopropanol, acetone, and MEG. I mean, there was in press actually yesterday that we are working with Techin, and we are making ethylene now also together with Technip actually from the same technology. And just going on quickly actually on this one. So this is very much based on stoichiometric biology in steel plant with the stoichiometric. So as you can see basically from this graph, depending on the composition of the gases, so we can capture carbon from 33% up to 100%, depending on the number of molecules, what is available, CO, CO2, or hydrogen. So this is the core concept which we propose to steel industry, particularly India. It's very interesting, this concept that most of the gases are either being flared or these gases are going to the power plants, as in today, the off gases which come from the steel plant. And what we bring over here as replace particularly what goes into the power plant, you can take everything into LanzaTech. We have better energy efficiency, better utilization as compared to power plant. And moreover, you definitely create a sustainable society going forward, making all these products. So we believe at LanzaTech that CCU alone, particularly for countries like India, could be a solution. So we can start with a very small plant, if I say 100,000 tons of ethanol, 200,000 tons of carbon emission capture, and gradually we can move to 100% CO2 plus H2. That's what we can do. And we can capture the entire carbon out of the steel plants completely over a period of time. So that's the potential we have. Technology never gets redundant for sure. LanzaTech has gone public on 8th of February. So we're startup in 2005. And going public in 18 years' time is a big achievement for LanzaTech. And also wanted to say that the credibility that we have, number of investors backing LanzaTech right now. So we have Brookfield, actually, they have invested in LanzaTech. They have also given us $500 million to invest and build plants, and which can go up to $1 billion going forward. So in summary, I'll just be quick on this one. In summary, steel mill gases are best suited for LanzaTech process. We love it. We can go from partial to comprehensive decarbonization. We don't, just stop at 20% carbon capture. It could be even 94% carbon capture. We create value for the steel plants. We give you better value by sort of integrating LanzaTech technology. And it's a drop-in solution. So you don't have to change anything on your steel plant. It could be still the same assets, everything remains same. You just bring in a technology, integrate that technology, and there you go. You start producing products within 18 to 24 months. So that's all. Sorry, I was very quick actually on this one. So, but this is the last thought I will just leave you, that we have enough carbon in our planet. So why don't we make best out of that carbon? We still need carbon going forward, actually. So it's not that we are against hydrogen. What we are saying is that we have enough carbon and let's use that carbon as much as we can. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dada. And happy to take, if there is any time, so I will happy to take any questions. I still have 10 more minutes to go for sure.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you so much, Dada. Thanks. Mr. Sanjeev Manocha, I know he's hard pressed against time, but any questions that you have, Mr. Ranganathan? Do you have a question? Yeah, in fact, a lot of your questions which you had asked earlier has been answered by Mr. Manocha during his presentation. He has answered the real 4 R's of the circular economy. So you can actually,
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mukherjee?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, see, Mr. Manocha, the previous panelists were feeling that carbon capture is not going to be viable for India, and you seem to be successful already.
Yes.
What is actually making a difference?
Exactly, that was my question also. Yeah.
I think again, this is the beauty of this world. Actually, we all have different views, and we have proven this technology at a commercial scale that this technology does work. And one after another, we are building up plants in China, and the first plant with ArcelorMittal under commissioning right now at Ghent. We believe that carbon capture is a solution right now, is a drop-in solution right now, because you can easily capture 20% of carbon through like CCU and create value rather than sort of storing that CO2 for future problems. And over a period of time, even if you take the case that you go with 100% hydrogen at some point, with our limited knowledge, Mr. Das and Mr. Ranganathan, probably you know better than me, that with our limited knowledge, there will still be some carbon basically at, even with 100% hydrogen, that carbon would still be there. You're not going to mitigate all 100% emissions actually.
Yeah,
that residual emission, what we call, would still be available. So
can you put up a demonstration plant here in India?
So we have plant in IOCL, not with a steel plant yet actually. It's a commercial scale plant actually with IOCL. So we don't have anything yet at the steel plants yet. So we are waiting for that.
Can you put a demonstration plant, a small plant, to convince our steel makers?
We rather would go for a commercial scale plant rather than demo scale plant. I think because the technology is already proven, already commercialized, so the companies can make money out of having a commercial plant rather than a demo scale plant. So that's our position.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Minocha, this is ACR Das. Again, the question is of course linked to the previous question. My question is that to you, are you personally convinced that it will be economically viable in Indian context?
It is 100%. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have worked a number of business cases for many steel plants around India. And we definitely believe actually that this is a very strong business case. So the return on investment, even in Indian environment, I would not say it is more than 5 years. I can't give you exact numbers, but definitely the return on investment is much quicker as compared to any other technology. Our return on investment is much quicker.
I think there's a strong case. If you are so much convinced, there's a strong case for the Indian steel industry. Thank you so much.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your questions.
Yeah, Mr. Sanjeev, I have a small question. Since Tata Steel has already done some work with Lanzatec with the Bamnipal furnaces for a ferroalloys, and we have tested it. So just a small question, that you have seen that the ethanol will be produced, and since the ethanol again production of ethanol will again require the hydrogen, and in a purest form of hydrogen which will be required. So is it directly linked with the cost of hydrogen? So how can you say that it can be economically viable, and if the hydrogen costs keep on a higher side?
So if I go back to, that's a good question for sure, actually. I think these are all challenges we have, actually. So I'll just go back to my previous slide, actually. So if I just, sorry. So, I mean, we completely understand hydrogen is very expensive, right, as on today. The technology with CO2 plus H2 is commercially not viable today because of the hydrogen prices. So what we're saying today is that the gases are already rich in carbon monoxide, and some hydrogen contain those gases. So you can integrate technology, start reaping some benefit today using the carbon monoxide and hydrogen, whatever is available. Over a period of time, when hydrogen becomes competitively available at a good price, less than $2 a kilogram, something like this, so then the technology will become commercially very competitive, and sort of you can capture all the CO2 from your emissions.
Okay. Can I add another question to this? Yeah,
sure.
Okay. You see, he was referring to Bamnipal ferroalloy furnace, but there's a closed-top furnace, so it produces probably about 80% carbon monoxide, and probably you are more successful because the nature of the gas is different. It's not carbon dioxide.
Exactly.
So, any thoughts on that?
Sorry. The question is that we are more economically competitive.
The Bamnipal furnace is going to produce about 80% CO.
Yeah.
And it's not going to produce carbon dioxide. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that probably you are successful because it produces CO rather than?
Yeah, absolutely. So in today's scenario when hydrogen is very expensive, so we are working on CO and hydrogen model where we try to utilize all the CO content and hydrogen content in the gases. But for the future scenarios, when the hydrogen becomes commercially competitive, basically at the price of $2 or $2.50 a kilogram, then ethanol becomes competitive to capture all the carbon from CO2 also. But as on today, the gas composition would dictate actually the competitive advantage for ethanol.
So you are to say with the qualification that your technology works only for closed top furnaces in the case of ferroalloys.
In case of ferroalloys, yes, we are working with semi-closed and closed furnaces, both. We need gases, concentrated gases. Open furnaces, no, it does not. It doesn't. It's not economically viable today.
So, okay, thank you so much. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Okay. I suppose there are no further questions as of now. So we'll move on to, thank you so much, Sanjeev. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and please share your contact details if you could on the screen, so that if anyone needs to get in touch, if you could share your email ID at least.
I will do that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and apologies to other panelists basically that I just had to jump in. Sorry for that.
No. You know, in fact, I don't think you know, anyone would mind, since you know,
no issue at all.
You have been very fast, and you have done justice to the subject as well, because you completed what was left behind. You completed the 4 hours in the entire circular economy that we talk about day in and day out. So thank you so much.
Where are you based?
London. He's based in London. He's in London right now.
So next month I will meet you there.
Sure, I look forward to that. I'll send you my contact number also, Mr. Das.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I am going there for a month or so. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you.
I have to leave if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll contact you separately.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Ciao. So we'll now move on to Dr. D. Satish Kumar. He is General Manager R&D at JSW Steel. And as I mentioned right at the beginning, JSW, in fact, has also done a lot of work, because primarily the chairman, Mr. Sajan Jindal, is you know, a great mover of decarbonization initiative, and he talks about it all the time. So without wasting much of time, I'll first of all thank you know, my Dada, Mr. Jayant Acharya, who's the JMD and CEO of JSW Steel, who kindly asked me to contact Mr. Prabodh Acharya, the CSO, and Mr. Prabodh Acharya asked me to get in touch with Mr. LR Singh, and Mr. LR Singh nominated Mr. Dr. Satish Kumar. So I am thankful to entire JSW collective, especially you know, the entire team who have put in so much of their efforts. So over to you, Dr. Satish Kumar from R&D JSW at Bellary. Over to you, Dr. Satish Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let me share this. Is it visible to everyone right now?
Yes, very much visible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I think most of the things are already spoken. Being one of the last speakers is always difficult to put up something new. But yes, we had a very good session where different perspectives have been kept forward. Let me put it in another fashion. We have an integrated steel plant in India, and we have a task in our hand. We need to reduce the CO2 footprint, the mission green steel, as very rightly coined here. What should we do? How we are going to do? A lot of technologies have come up. Where do they stand? How do we assess as an integrated steel plant at this moment? And what is our time frame where we see that, okay, we are going to adopt this? So I would like to put up that perspective at this moment very clearly. Let me start from that perspective that when we are making steel and we go to a customer and we say that we will be making green steel, etc. The first thing what comes to us is what is green steel? What you are making? So basically, to be very honest, there is no definition for green steel. Everything is relative at this moment. That's what brings one of the challenges. So by the end of my presentation, I will show you that what steps we planned and how do we call it. Especially for net zero, I would say for large integrated steel plants, there is no well-defined path at this moment to say it very clearly that this is what I'm going to do in next 30 years. But yes, there is a direction which I'm going to show that what JSW has planned for. When I say direction, there are three things which comes into picture: the availability of the technology, the scale of the operation, and the cost. All three is going to govern the path of achieving those intermediate milestones. Many of the things we know, but we are not stepping up because we are not matching one of these criteria. Again, we also see that there is no single solution, as everybody has said. There will be many technological options which are going to come up. So finally, when we talk about green steel, there are 4 ways or 4 things through which we make it. When I say green steel, the objective is CO2 reduction. There are step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. 1, 2 are process improvements and improvement in raw materials. And then we have heard a lot about carbon capture and usage. And of course, the alternative reductants, especially hydrogen. So we are going to assess from an existing integrated steel plant with the plans to increase the capacity by 50% or doubling the capacity, like most of the integrated steel plants in India are going to do. And pretty much everybody is following the BF route. So by seeing this context, what I understand is we are going to live with this BF route for another 20-25 years at least. So should we wait till the technology matures and then we adopt to those things? Or what should we start doing it from now? As very rightly said in the beginning by Mr. V.R. Sharma, that is generation 1, generation 2, generation 3. So maybe we are from that generation, or most of the people who are in this session may not even see a large scale alternative reductions in steel plant coming up into this. But yes, what we can see is process improvement, raw materials, carbon capture, etc. And I'd like to present how we move forward. What we have done to start is, in any integrated steel plant, we basically have, this is the process route. You start with the beneficiation. You have a pellet and sinter, you have coke ovens and blast furnace, lime plant. And we have seen that if I divide the whole of the things in percentage of CO2 emissions, mostly the sinter plant, blast furnace, lime plant, and BOF are the one who are the biggest percentage contributors to this whole process among these all. And what we have seen that once we increase more of the beneficiation, etc., we are going to reduce the CO2 emissions in the subsequent processes. So that's why the focus has changed. So as I said, out of those 4 aspects which I have shown, process improvements and raw materials, etc., are going to be our first focus. So we divided everything into different time frames, which I will present to you. What we see it as a 3-term interventions. One is short term, medium term, and a long term. When I say short term, the existing people, the existing technologies, the existing expertise, what can we do till we jump to any technology? There are a few things which we have already started at Vijayanagar Works. Of course, starting with the best available technology, we started improving on our iron ore beneficiation efficiency. We started working on how we can reduce the coke rates, etc., especially with dehumidification technologies, etc., coming up. We are increasing the PCI. We are installing TRTs. We are trying to increase the pellet in our blast furnaces. As I said, dehumidification is one way of doing it. We are increasing the SMS gas recovery. These are the things which are going to add up small steps, which is going to add to reduce my CO2 footprint before I jump to the next step. Reduction in gas flaring, adoption of gas-based boilers, increasing usage of RE. You'd be surprised to know that at JSW Vijayanagar, we have already installed close to 300 megawatts of RE power, which is directly coming to our circuit. That has given us close to 0.04 to 0.04 to 0.05 CO2 footprint reduction directly coming up. We are exploring some technology for CCUS. We are at exploration stage, especially up to 2030, increasing usage of scrap. So these are the kind of steps which is been decided and under implementation, which we are going to achieve by 2030. 2030 to 2050 is going to be kind of a deep decarbonization, where we are trying to see the scale deployment of CCUS, etc., or the carbon avoidance. But we are also not ruling out what's going to happen after 2050, especially with disruptive technologies coming up, direct electrolysis, or any green cover or carbon sink coming up. So this is what we see at this moment. And the question arises is, why do I keep CCUS or the other technologies on the later part of it? The answer lies, a lot of things have been published. If you look at the productivity of the technology readiness, which has been recently published, it shows the CCUS is still a long way to go. And the only thing which is available in terms of technology readiness is the hydrogen-based DRI. But if it is ready, can we adopt at this moment? For a large integrated steel plants like us, where we are 12 million ton and going to 24 in next 4-5 years. We tried to assess both the things. When we started discussing about CCUS, I guess every steel plant would have gone through the same phase. CCUS was actually, we found it's divided into 3 baskets as such. There are people who develop technologies for carbon capture. There are people or technologies available where carbon is being utilized. And there are technologies where it is going towards the capture and storage, which is mostly on the oil and gas sector. And there is not so big synergy or a combined available technologies which can put everything together. So there are technologies which come to us and say that I can capture the carbon. There are people who said I can convert into product. And we try to assess them into different aspects. As many of these speakers have said, cost is going to be a big factor. Not only cost, we analyzed on the scale, we analyzed on the basis of product viability. Even if I take a rough calculation of say 1 million ton of steel produces 1 million ton, similar say 1 ton of CO2 for 1 ton of steel, any product which is going to convert this CO2 into any product by weight would be at least twice or thrice of its weight. So a 1 million ton steel plant generating 1 million ton of CO2 would be making some byproduct which would be at least not less than 2 to 3 million tons. Now, do we have a product viability of that scale? Now, when we studied adipic acids, carbon nanotubes, many aspects using in concrete, we didn't find that scale to be matching. Of course, the one which comes very close to this is methanol and ethanol, where we say that scale of this product usage is high and is feasible. That's the kind of assessment what we have at this moment. But of course, there are many new technologies coming up at this moment, and we are very soon at Vijayanagar setting up Vijayanagar or in one of our locations setting up a carbon utilization green park, where we are focusing on 4 or 5 different technologies which are at TRL level of say 4, 5, etc. And we wanted to scale it up to 7 and 8 through our resources, etc. And we see a very good potential for them in the coming years, where they can scale up and match to the CO2 emissions what we are going to expect from our increased production capacities. Second very interesting aspect is use of hydrogen, especially for the hydrogen-based DRI. We all know that how to generate hydrogen is known. The challenge is only scaling and storage, etc., which I guess should be solved, shouldn't be a problem. But where to use hydrogen is still a question mark, very limited technologies. If I focus specifically on DRI making, our calculations very simply shows that we are basically doing a calculation for a 1 million ton DRI, and we found that for even a 1 million ton of DRI, I would require 400 megawatt electrolyzer, which would be one of the biggest in the country at this moment, if we see. And for 1 million ton of megawatt, one DRI unit and 400 megawatt electrolyzer, it makes sense if it is green. And the kind of wind capacities which would be required just for a 1 million ton would be around 1143 megawatts of wind or 1600 megawatts of solar. And if you convert them into numbers, it goes to 572 turbines for wind and 8,000 acres of land space for 1600 megawatt of solar, which will give me sufficient power for 1 million ton of DRI, which can be operated by 400 megawatt electrolyzer. Now look at the space and the scale what is required, which looks little difficult at this moment. So this is one of the reasons why we said that we need to wait till we adopt these technologies on a very large scale, because there will be huge cost implication coming to this. Now, if I put very in simple way, say by 2030, even 50% of our steel production goes for hydrogen. If we go very aggressively, almost 5 55 million tons of green hydrogen would be required, and if it is 200 million ton, maybe 11 million tons, or almost 1.1 billion tons of this would be required, and the electrolyzer requirement would be of 40 gigawatts and 80 gigawatts. These numbers are too big at this moment to see. We even don't have so many suppliers who can match to this kind of required capacity. So we see that we need to wait till we adopt these technologies on very large scale, and that is the reason why most of our expansion plans till next 4 or 5 years are mostly on blast furnace and BOF route, and we're focusing on improving the efficiencies of these technologies. So how we are going to move forward? We say that let us just for hydrogen, you have a different scaling. No, you have gray hydrogen, you have blue hydrogen, then you move to green hydrogen. But there is no such green steel route at this moment. But we can divide them into steps, especially in our green steel journey. We say that we have a present base, say 2.2 to 2.4 CO2 is the level at which we are operating. But if we can improve our processes and go to low carbon iron making with same BOF route, which we are going to live with it for another 20-25 years, my target is to go to 1.8, 1.7 levels by adopting those technologies. Over a period of time, when byproduct gas additions, etc., are coming into picture, I can go down to 1.5. Next step would be to adopt CCUS. By that time, I guess I will have technology scaling, etc., coming up. I might breach that magic figure of 1 ton of CO2 with that of CCUS. I'm still following BOF route, and that's the time cushion which I'm taking. And at that time, by that time, I guess there would be policies by which no blast furnaces would be allowed. My existing blast furnaces will come to the end of life. Hydrogen would be cheaper. The economics would become useful, and then we may start moving towards DRI and EAF hydrogen route coming up, and of course the scrap and EAF, or if any disruptive technology is coming up. But presently, the focus for integrated steel plant at this moment is not to jump directly to those technologies, but on capitalizing on what we have and improving the processes. That's what we are trying to do at this moment. So we have identified certain basic things that, of course, we are going to do on process, but also we are adopting some small technologies to achieve those benchmarks, or I would say intermediate benchmarks in our journey. Low carbon iron making, where we are going stepwise reduction in fuel rate, where byproduct gases, we are working with certain technology suppliers for coke oven gas or byproduct gas injections through 2 years, and as well as shaft. CCUS, yes, we are trying to see with some of them. Absorption enhanced water gas, carbon recycled blast furnace, hydrogen rich carbon blast furnace are the one which are going to be a part or an intermediate journey during this transition, which we need to adopt, still living with blast furnace and BOF. And then we will be at a stage where we will adopt either open bath furnace or a mid-rex or an energy on or a fluid bed reactor. But they all are parallel technologies. And as I said, depends upon where do we stand, what is my kind of ore, what kind of availability I have for the hydrogen, the green energy, everything. And that will decide which route I'm going to adopt at which location. That's how I see the possible growth of an Indian steel industry at this moment going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satish Kumar. In fact, you gave a very pragmatic approach to the whole scenario and a very practical outlook rather than talking big. Let's move step by step. Let's have small goals and we keep our goalposts focused. So we keep moving according to what time has in store for us, because otherwise we will be jumping the gun. I think it was very well strategized. And really, I really appreciate your thoughts and how you want to move forward as a steel maker, or let's say the largest steel maker in this country. Everyone knows JSW is poised for massive growth. You have a massive expansion plan in place for Bellary, for Dolvi, for even Sambalpur, I mean, for the Odisha as well. So, and the greenfield options are very much open. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on the subject and the philosophy at JSW. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So with that, I'll move on to my very good friend, Mr. Joachim von Schily, who is the Global Director for Commercialization at Linde, and someone who has lived in my city of Kolkata for quite some time. And in fact, he has done a lot of work on this subject. So if you allow me just 2 minutes, I would like to just read a little bit about Mr. Joachim von Schily. He received his MSc in Process Metallurgy and PhD in Production Engineering from Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm, Sweden in 1987 and 1992, respectively. With a mix of steel research and consultancy background, he joined industrial gases industry in 1996. Since then, he has served in many different technical and commercial management roles at AGA, BOC, and Linde, has been actively doing business in more than 40 countries across the world. After a decade in Asia, first in India as Vice President for South Asia and then in China, heading application sales for Asia Pacific. He is since 2020, since the beginning of the pandemic, so to say, he is based in Munich, Germany. Actually, from China, he came to Germany and he didn't go back. So that's how the story goes. He is now based in Munich, Germany, with a focus on hard-to-abate industries. Joachim is very much engaged in driving sustainability agenda with focus on decarbonization and involving and cooperating with Linde's customers on this topic to achieve joint progress and success. He has over 200 papers on energy emission and conservation, recycling and production. He has served as a member of more than 30 boards of companies, associations, and research and educational organizations. He is included in who's who in the world, who's who in engineering, and who's who in Asia, and he holds 7 patents related to combustion and recycling. So great man. A round of applause for the great man. A wonderful person, and whatever little I have seen of him in the last few webinars, he is someone, if you do a little bit of social media research of him, you'll find out how well respected he is in the industry and how popular he is. So over to you, Mr. Joachim von Schily, who needs no further introduction. Over to you, Joachim.
Thank you so very, very much for all your kind words. And I don't know if I can deliver on this now.
Just the truth.
Thank you very much for having me, I should say. And I really enjoyed it, the discussions we had here as well, which is absolutely great. And I can see a large pragmatism here in the discussions and how to make things happen. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes, go ahead, Joachim.
Okay, very good. So let's talk about solutions for greener steel production in India. So we focus on India, we focus on greener, not green. We want, it's a journey. I think I really like that word. It's a journey. And a journey is steps, and we have to need to take the first steps, then we can take the second steps. And we talked about generations and so on. By earlier speakers there. And of course, it's extremely important when it comes to India, because India is the country where we have the biggest growth of steel production in the world today, and probably for the years ahead. So that this is extremely important, and most of that will be based on iron ore, of course. We have a long history as a company related to a lot of these kind of things. We are the world's largest industrial gases company, which means that we have a lot of assets at many steel plants. But also in this context, we are a world-leading supplier of hydrogen. We are active across the whole value chain of hydrogen. That means producing and storage in big caverns. We operate pipelines. We operate a big trailer tanker fleet and so on. And we also work closely together with companies that are supplying electrolyzers. We are part owners of some of them, etc. So we have a history in hydrogen that stretches more than 50 years actually, and we are stepping that up further. Another aspect here is that we are also a provider of different technologies, not at least related to combustion, and some of them quite famous like cojet, etc., and which is now also part of this transition to a large extent. And I'll come back to that. But this is how we're coming into this picture, and we are working with decarbonization with my team and the whole company. I would say practically 24/7. Looking at what we can do, and I think this has been touched upon very nicely by many other speakers here today, but trying to summarize it, I would say that there are 4 different topics here to address, and there might be a kind of pathway from one to the other to a certain extent. Of course, what always comes at the top when you start talking about decarbonization and a greener steelmaking is hydrogen. For sure, and to use hydrogen both as a reductant and as a fuel. However, as also been pointed out, you don't have hydrogen readily available, that we don't have a viable supply of hydrogen today. Even if we have a big hydrogen business in the world, most of that doesn't relate to hydrogen that is used at any steel plant. So that needs to be stepped up somehow. And I would say that there are 3 components in the use of hydrogen. One of them is the production of hydrogen. It's quite well known how to do it with electrolyzers, but they need to be scaled up in size. I'm not too worried about that piece, and a lot of this is coming actually on a modular basis, so it's quite scalable from that point of view. However, to reach those levels of electrolyzers that is required for making hydrogen, having hydrogen as a reductant for producing 1 or 2 million tons per year of DRI, well, we are quite far away from that when we have the size of electrolyzers in operation today. And looking from the other aspect is the use of hydrogen and the technologies around that. Now that could be for combustion or using in a DRI shaft or whatever. I'm not too worried about that neither. I see a lot of good work, and I will give a couple of examples of it. So I think we are reasonably well underway. But there is a piece in the middle that worries, and that is the need for electrons, for electricity, preferably renewable green electricity that we need into the hydrogen production. And that is what I think is the pace determining step at many parts of the world. And that needs to be addressed by policymakers much stronger than it has been so far. Then looking at the others, I jump to the bottom here, and to the first thing to do is always energy efficiency, and other speakers have already touched upon that. How to be more energy efficient, and when it comes to combustion, definitely using of oxy-fuel. But we should not neglect carbon capture and storage in the first instance, and in the second step, utilization. We see that becoming more and more of interest in many places of the world, and that relates to hydrogen as well, which is then for the making of so-called blue hydrogen, where you capture the CO2 from the hydrogen production with natural gas as a feedstock. And we have a big project in Texas where we are investing 1.8 billion for the making of blue hydrogen to make blue ammonia with OCI. And we see this is coming at a number of places. And the last piece that can fit into this very nicely is production and use of low carbon fuels. And that not at least relates to gasification, and in that way achieve a decarbonization. So with that, we can think about how can we utilize the existing assets and do that in a way so we get greener and greener, and think about that this over time as pathways, so to speak. And of course, in the core of this is the iron making. And when basically we talk about the blast furnace well established, the DRI plants also well established, but not with the same production levels. And there are two things that we can talk about directly here. One is to capture the CO2 that is coming out of these processes, and the other one is to use hydrogen, to inject hydrogen from it. And there can be combinations of them as well. We can capture gases, for example, in an existing blast furnace complex and take out the hydrogen from that. We should remember that coke oven gas has a very high hydrogen content, so we can capture CO2 from that. Or when it comes to the blast furnace top gas, it is actually possible to strip that one and take out the CO and hydrogen and inject that in. And of course, making the blue DRI, if I call it so, by capturing the CO2 from a natural gas or even coal-based DRI production. So these are things that we definitely can do here. Another thing related to blast furnaces is to look at the hot stoves, and they were mentioned already at the previous slide, and to use oxygen in the hot stoves. And we have done a lot of installations with stove oxygen enrichment together with our customers that have been very successful. And that can help reducing the carbon footprint, and it can also pave the way to what you see to the right in this slide, which is what we call flue gas recirculation. And we basically go into a complete oxy-fuel regime in the hot stoves. And looking at the figures, that are quite impressive how much we can reduce the carbon footprint with these kind of things. And that is then based on the hot stoves that we have there already. Normally we have the air separation units that are supplying the oxygen. So, and most of this technology is quite well established. So this is something that we can do quite immediately to make the blast furnace greener. Back to the gasification, we worked a lot with something we call hot oxygen technology, which is a way of doing gasification at very high temperature. And we can use any type of feedstocks. They could be solid feedstocks, it could be liquid feedstocks or gaseous feedstocks into it. It can be waste plastics or biomass and so on. Coke oven gas we have used together with Midrex for these kind of things. And by doing that, at the end, we create a syngas that can be used for reduction in a blast furnace or in a DR plant. And we see quite an increasing interest for this type of solutions then. And that's a way to utilize gases that are existing or to create a circular economy. And we think that this could be a solution where we still keep the blast furnace assets, but make them greener in a very positive way. Looking at combustion in general, I would say that it's very important with the oxy-fuel combustion. First of all, related to if you do carbon capture, because you reduce the flue gas volume drastically by 70–80% less volume, but you get up the CO2 concentration, of course, very, very much, as we have no nitrogen available, and in the dry gas, then we will have a very high CO2 concentration. So it's very favorable for the carbon capture. But the important thing looking downstream is, of course, to increase the energy efficiency. And going from air fuel to oxy fuel, in our experiences, you can reduce the amount of fuel that you need by 20, 30, 40% or so, which of course reflects into CO2 savings of the same order of magnitude. And by doing that, we can also then pave the way for going forward to using hydrogen. We have equipment that is hydrogen ready, and the time when there is a viable supply of hydrogen, we would then need less hydrogen for that combustion. And I think that we should be very careful with being too optimistic about the costs of producing hydrogen going forward. I think it will take quite a long time before it really gets as cheap as we want, so to speak. At many places in the world, 60–70% or more of the cost of producing hydrogen is the cost of electricity. So even if we have a very positive development of the technology for producing hydrogen, for the electrolyzers, Still, at the end, the cost of the hydrogen will be to a very large extent, for the green hydrogen will be to very large extent governed by the cost of the electricity. So it's very important to increase the energy efficiency, both in the short term and from the longer term perspective. We have tested use of hydrogen for combustion in many different processes. The cojet for electric arc furnaces, for example, we have tried it out and it works excellent. So for this flame shrouding of the oxygen injection jet, it is absolutely perfect. It creates much longer jets than with any other fuel, and it works extremely well. And we are looking forward now to the first permanent installations of using it. So again, I don't see a problem with the technology for using the hydrogen when it's readily available. If you look downstream at reheat furnaces, as you might know, we worked a lot with reheat furnaces and turned them into different type of oxy-fuel solutions over many years. In total, we made more than 180 installations or use of oxy-fuel in reheat furnaces across the world with very, very good results. In the past, it was driven by capacity, but nowadays it's basically driven by fuel savings and CO2 emission saving. And this has worked out very well. We are lowering also NOx emissions and scale losses, etc. So this has been something we worked with for a couple of decades. The first fully converted reheat furnace operating with full flameless oxy-fuel. I want to emphasize that it's not conventional oxy-fuel, it's flameless oxy-fuel, where we have a flame cloud with very uniform heating, was done 20 years ago. That was done at Outokumpu in Sweden, 2003. And the first installation already resulted in a 30% capacity increase and 30% fuel savings. And from that time on, we have done hundreds of these conversions of furnaces of different size, and by that increased the energy efficiency. We also, in that context, have worked with a hybrid solution where we're doing oxygen lancing into furnaces and keeping the air fuel burners. And particularly in the past few years, this has become very popular because this can be installed without shutting down the reheat furnace. And here is a picture from China, from a project we did at Mars Steel. The first project we did there is a 300 ton per hour walking beam furnace. 300 ton per hour walking beams. We have done another 2 of them at SSAB in Sweden, and we have some more going on now. Three more furnaces at Mars Steel, actually. And in 2 months, we make another installation at ArcelorMittal in Hamburg, in Germany. We started up recently in Malaysia and in Germany with ArcelorMittal and Outokumpu in Sweden and Celsa in Norway. And the results there are, you kind of halfway to a fully converting a furnace. So you might have result in 15% or 20% lower fuel consumption. But it's a very, very interesting solution in the short-term perspective in this transition to increase the energy efficiency. So we see a lot of interest in this type of solution. And I think that's a very typically very good first step on this pathway to a greener steel production. And there are, of course, the ones that are in the real forefront. We worked closely with Ovako Steel in Sweden. We made the world's first test of steel reheating with 100% hydrogen as fuel. We did that, it's now more than 3 years ago, in March 2020, and that was for a ball bearing steel grade, 25 tons. We heated there with flameless oxy-fuel with 100% hydrogen as fuel, and the results were excellent. And after that, the project has been developed, and right now, in September this year, Ovako will start operating 24 of their soaking pit furnaces with hydrogen as fuel. So you can see this coming into fruition. It will be very, very interesting to see the long-term results of this. So far, every test has been very positive. But of course, this is really to be proven now when it comes into full permanent installation. We made a couple of tests with other steel mills as well, and that has also looked fine. So again, no worries about the use of the hydrogen, but it is in a step where we have done something else first, I would say. Another area, which is a bit smaller, but that is to use hydrogen as a fuel also in ladle preheating, which we have tested with very good results. And typically when we use flameless oxy-fuel in ladle preheating, we are cutting the fuel consumption in that process by 50%. So that of course, this is not the biggest fuel consumer in a steel mill, but it is quite a nice concept, and it has worked out very well. And we've done more than 200 such installations, so that is very proven. And I see that again as a very, very good first step at many places on this this journey to a greener steel making. If I look across quickly here, the production change, the process change for steel making, I would say that there are a lot of possibilities for using hydrogen, both as a reductant as a fuel, of course. This is typically how our processes look like. And in quite many of them, there have been tests done, and those tests have basically been successful. So I don't see a problem there. Just to give an example, a few months ago, we did full-scale testing using hydrogen at continuous casting machines for cutting, and the results were really excellent. We could decrease the power by 50%, and we could cut with twice the speed. And then of course we had the ladles, we had the EAFs, we had the reheat furnaces, etc. So these are steps that can be taken in parallel to the other thing. I'm showing a little bit of this type of development, near-term, mid-term, long-term. I think that compared to some slides I saw earlier here today, mine looks maybe a little bit more, what should we say, pessimistic. It's a little bit slower, but I think we have to be realistic here. And I'm not saying that it will look like this everywhere, but there are a number of obstacles that we need to overcome, and we have to address them. And we have to be honest about them. And we can, I think we start rather with using hydrogen as a fuel than hydrogen as a reductant because of the scale of it, because of the availability of green power. And with the focus now in the next few years, but predominantly on energy efficiency, and then we might come more into the carbon capture and the low carbon fuels and so on. And so in 10 years from now, I think we will see the ramp up of the use of hydrogen as a reductant. But it varies in different parts of the world for sure. But very, very important is that we do this by utilizing in an intelligent way the assets that we have, because we cannot drive ourselves into bankruptcy. Then that would be not to the benefit for anyone. So we need to find a way for it, and we need to secure that we have green energy available, and that costs a lot of money. It's about the grids, not at least also, and the investments required in the supply of renewable power is at most places much higher than the investments required in the steel mills themselves. And that's really where we need support from governments and policymakers to make this happen. We need also, from that perspective, having some kind of policies in place that supports this transition, but they're important that they are technology neutral. And we have not really seen that at many places yet. So this is how I see we can move this forward in a practical way. And I think that to a large extent, and I'm very happy about that, I'm also echoing what many others have said here previously. So I think we are jointly on this journey in a very practical way. So thank you very, very much. I'm happy to take if there are any questions.
Thank you, Joachim. Thank you. Really appreciate. You also, spoke on the same length, which I was primarily talking about, which is not to set over-ambitious targets. Let's go step by step, because as you said, rightly mentioned, it's a journey. Yes. So a journey cannot be a giant leap forward. It's step by step with small steps, but concrete steps where reducing your energy cost should be your first target, and not to over ambitiously spend on something which you cannot afford, and thus, quote unquote, become bankrupt.
No, exactly. And in parallel, of course, we should do the development work of new technologies, but we cannot wait for that. We should do these things. We should do what we can do today in parallel to develop the things for the future. And there are a lot of technologies, as I mentioned, with examples, of course, from our own company, but that are, we took short paybacks for a lot of these energy efficiency installations today, and there's no reason not to look into that in parallel to the big reduction steps for the future. Yes,
exactly. The fact that you spoke about reducing your energy cost by using oxy-fuel burners is a first step which we must look at right now without a huge investment in place.
Yes, indeed.
Small modification. That's similar to what JSW, has in place.
Exactly. No, I was very happy to hear that presentation.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Joachim, once again for really showing the path forward. You really showed us the path, how to move forward with small steps. Now, we come to the last, but definitely not the least, very important part, with Mr. Naveen Mishra, Chairman cum Managing Director of Metallian, is going to put forward to us. He's been, okay, there is one question. Joachim, would you like to take this question from Mr. Vladimir Shatoka? Please go ahead, Mr. Vladimir Shatoka.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Shatoka? Ankit, if you can just upgrade it.
Yeah, okay, I see it in writing here. So how would you estimate the TRL of large-scale hydrogen preheating to 950 for 2.5 million ton per year mid-rex plant? Well, I can say that we are looking into that, and there are a couple of these projects in the world, and the way we are viewing it and the solution we see, we are not too far away from getting this materialized, I think, and that would be to use electrical heating up to a certain temperature, and then use this technology that I actually showed in the context of gasification, called hot oxygen, to use that for the last part of it. And to make this green, of course, with using hydrogen as a fuel there as well. So working on it, and I mean, definitely we are quite close to have a solution that can be fully tried out at a reasonably big scale. So that looks very promising. Great question. Thank you so much, Vladimir.
Thank you, Mr. Vladimir. With that, I thank Dr. Joachim von Schirach once again. And we'll move on to Mr. Naveen Mishra right now. Naveenji, you have a tough task ahead, because you will have to sum up for all that has been discussed today. So you have
it's okay.
You have a massive task to perform, because first of all, you have to convey your part of what you wish to convey, at the same time sum up what has been already spoken about. So the floor is all yours. And as the last speaker, you don't have any time constraint. You can take as much time as you wish.
I'll just take 10 minutes, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you so much.
Please.
Referring to the...
And from our next webinar or conferences, whenever we would like to invite you, I am sure you will have much more to contribute in the days ahead. Now that I know you personally, I will make sure
you so much.
You are there for every platform.
Thank you so much.
Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. According to the International Energy Agency, technology uptake has been done in emerging economies like China, US, and Europe. Now, this has to be transcended to India, and we are capable for technology transfer from China to complete plant transformation. we are talking about hydrogen fuel. Basically, hydrogen fuel is a substitute to fossil fuels, and it is colorless. However, we talk about various colors of hydrogen, like blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. This comes from the source of the hydrogen, something which is from like nuclear, solar, etc. India will become energy independent by 2047 and achieve net zero by 2070. This will make India leading producer and supplier of green hydrogen in the world, creation of export opportunities for green hydrogen and its derivatives, reduction in dependence on imported fossil fuels and feedstock, development of indigenous manufacturing capabilities, attracting investment and business opportunities for the industry, creating opportunities for employment, economic development, like skill development, which will be supported by the government, supporting R&D and projects. The mission outcomes projected by 2030 are development of green hydrogen production capacity of at least 5 million metric tons per annum with an associated renewable energy capacity, addition of about 125 gigawatt in the country. Over rupees 8 lakh crore in total investments, creation of over 6 lakh jobs, cumulative reduction in fossil fuels, which I have already mentioned, imports over rupees 1 lakh crore. Now, although China, USA, and Europe are much ahead, but we are not lagging behind, and it is not that we will achieve the target by 2070. I think we will achieve it even earlier. Now, quoting my chairman emeritus, Sri Rajeshwar Mishra ji, also my father, a decade back on CNBM, he threw the idea that India will be one of the hubs of manufacturing. Of course, he was in China then, and what he told 10 years back is true today, and hydrogen energy is very much pertinent and in vogue. The hydrogen energy initiative in India is already keen on development of hydrogen energy owing to its favorable geographical condition and presence of abundant natural resources. India has proposed a national hydrogen mission that will draw up a roadmap for using hydrogen as an energy source. India is part of the Hydrogen Valley platform. More recently, in 2016, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy published a report laying out a comprehensive plan for increasing R&D activity. But the road is not very smooth. There are a lot of challenges which I would like to point to. One of the colossal challenges faced by the industry for using hydrogen commercially in the economic sustainability of extracting green or blue hydrogen. As I mentioned, the color of hydrogen, when we talk in theory, is the source of hydrogen. For example, if it is from nuclear, then the name is different. If it is from coal, then the name is different. So the color nomenclature depends on the source. The technology used in production and use of hydrogen, like carbon capture and storage, of which most of the speakers have covered, so I'm not elaborating this. I'm just passing through my notes. I could not make the presentation because I got intimation from you, Mr. Mukherjee, very late. So I'm just referring to my notes, and I would like to stick to my time also. Now, what are the advantages of hydrogen fuel cells? Renewable and readily available. Hydrogen is a clean and flexible energy source to support zero carbon emerging strategies. More powerful and energy efficient than fossil fuels. Highly effective when compared to other energy sources. Almost zero emission. Reduces carbon footprints. Fast changing times. No noise pollution. No visual pollution. Long-term usage times. Ideal for use in remote areas. Versatility of use. Democracy of power supply. That means, I'll just elaborate, reduce the dependency of nation on fossil fuels. Many countries who are currently trying to fight out the fossil fuel supply. The major players in India for hydrogen fuel are Reliance Industry, GAIL, NTPC, L&T, and IOCL. The apex bodies like ISRO and other R&D organizations are very much in favor of hydrogen fuel, and they are doing research. Now, number of pilot plants in India have come up, mainly in tourist areas. To summarize, hydrogen can be used much more widely. However, clean, widespread use of hydrogen in global energy transitions faces several challenges. Producing hydrogen from low carbon energy is costly at the moment. The development of hydrogen infrastructure is slow and holding back widespread adoption. Hydrogen is almost entirely supplied from natural gas and coal today. Regulations currently limit and develop of a clean hydrogen industry. International cooperation is vital to accelerate the growth of versatile clean hydrogen around the world. If governments work to scale up hydrogen in a coordinated way, it can help us to spur investments in factories and infrastructure that will bring down cost of and enable the sharing of knowledge and best practices. Now, when we are talking about hydrogen fuel, we have to take the issue step by step and start putting the milestones by putting a cohesive effect between government and private players on PPP basis. So this can only be done if we have good regulations from the government as well as active participation by the private enterprises. Now, what are the challenges ahead for adoption of green hydrogen? While policy and power market regulations released by the government are expected to boost green hydrogen development in the country, the truth is that industry has a number of challenges to overcome. You see, hydrogen research in the country in general is underfunded. Now, to add this, producing green hydrogen is an extensive undertaking with the biggest cost being the electrolyzer. Manufacturing at a greater scale could be costly, but since demand is limited, production capacities are very low. Hydrogen is also an expensive fuel to move. The gas needs to be cooled to minus 252 degrees centigrade before transportation. This is a vital point and a little bit difficult and challenging. But I'm sure technology can overcome this issue. A lot of R&D is taking place. We met a lot of doctors in the webinar, and most of the speakers were very pertinent, and they made good points with very good PowerPoints. While it can be stored as ammonia, a more stable form, conversion is expensive. India's current energy import bill is over $160 billion in a year. The continued coal and oil dependency will increase this amount by 2 to 3 times. To cut down expenses and reduce the dependency, sustainable sources of energy like green hydrogen will become more of a necessity than a choice in the near future. The government's nudge is another area that is creating an opportunity for the sector. It recently announced a draft policy mandating that green hydrogen account for 10% of the overall hydrogen needs of refinery by 23-24 for the fertilizer sector. Sorry, the requirement is around 15%. It also plans to increase its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. The initiative taken by Government of India, I would like to conclude with this. Green hydrogen is going to be the future fuel in India, while urging investors to invest in the country to manufacture the clean energy source. The first international conference on green hydrogen was held in Delhi, and the ministers invited the foreign investors for FDI to invest in hydrogen plants in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate sharing the vision of our hydrogen mission forward. And at the same time, Navinji, you have been kind enough to highlight that Government of India has taken up this hydrogen mission, as we are all aware, where, I can just quote an example. There was a time when we had to pay for our incoming mobile bills. And it was so expensive those days, we had to think twice before making, unlimited number of calls. And today, mobile hardly costs anything. And everyone, right from the bottom strata of economical, with the bottom strata of our society economically, to the common man on the street, everyone is capable of unlimited number of telephone calls. So that's what technology always does. You have to give technology the time to make it affordable. And, throughout the course of last 4 hours, we have been, the biggest challenge we have been talking about is to move step by step so that we do not set over ambitious targets. I think you have been right in pointing out the writing is already on the wall. We have no choice but to move forward. We cannot look backwards. So I think we need more of Navinji's, Mr. Navin Mishra's in the days to come to make the technology more affordable, to make the green hydrogen a reality in terms of the price at par with the other comparable fuels in the days ahead. So thank you so much, Davinji. And as Joachim rightly pointed out, we have to move step by step. So maybe beyond 2040, it will become a reality in our day-to-day lives. But till such time, we have to work on it to ensure that the cost of production of green hydrogen, because first we talk of gray, then we talk of blue, and then we talk of green. So the production of green hydrogen has to come down by using technology and technologies in terms of economies of scale. So when we have the economies of scale, obviously the cost of production will come down to a great extent. So with that we have to wrap up the day's proceedings, and it's been great having all of you today at talking on this hot topic. We do not take the decarbonization issue as serious as the Europeans or the West does. But keep that in mind. We are a population of 1.4 billion people. So, going by that statistics, maybe it may seem peanuts in terms of per capita emission of our carbon footprint, but on a global scale, it's huge. So we have to move forward step by step and come to a reality where, green steel, we don't just, as we were talking about the green steel today, there is no set definition of what green steel is in reality. But Joachim rightly pointed out that every step that you take in reducing your carbon footprint, you are moving towards one step closer to green steel production. So, if you say 10% of my carbon footprint I've been able to reduce, you've already made the first step. So next is 20, and then you move forward. So with that, I thank everyone today once again for deliberating on this very important issue, which bothers not just our nation, but globally. It's a challenge which we all need to cater to. 7% is not a small figure. Steel industry contributes 7%, and steel is seen as a very eco-friendly material. So we need to move forward and do our bit to improve the citizens of tomorrow and to make it a product of choice. Thank you so much, and I really thank everyone, and we will get back soon on this issue once again. Thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao, ciao.